2022 Student Achievement Meeting. If I can have a roll call, please.
Mr. McBride?
Here.
Mr. Riddle? Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Callahan-Wozniak? Ms. Leguizamo?
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez? President Ewing?
Yeah, so we do have a quorum. For Ms. Hannah.
Okay.
So we do have a quorum. Mr. Riddle and Ms. Gonzalez did let me know that they would not be able to make tonight's meeting, and then I'm sure Ms. Wozniak will jump in at any moment. We have 2 discussion items kind of coming up, and just to kind of review, this is our student achievement meeting, so it gives the opportunity as if there's a question on any agenda item, board members and members of the community can raise their hand. Please wait to be acknowledged from the podium, and then you can ask the question and have it be responded by the board. So we did a roll call, approval of the meeting minutes. So item 3A, June 21st, 2022 minutes. We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Leguizamo.
Opportunity to look at the minutes because I know that I have come across issues in past minutes that have been approved that were not correct, and so I'm going to ask that we hold off approving these minutes until I get the opportunity to make sure that they are accurate.
Considering we don't have a second, and for the sake of time, we will hold over and vote on those minutes at our next meeting. Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Deputy Cesario.
Okay. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, members of the board, members of the community, colleagues. We are going to move the presentation item number 6 up to our first item with the board president's and the board members' permission. So that item is the end of year district assessment data, and so we will be presenting that. Dr. Nault and I will be presenting that. There's a video that we will, is it queued up? Yes. Okay, so it's about a 15-minute video, and then we'll take questions afterwards. So thank you.
Good evening, President Ewing.
And community members as well as board members, if you do come across a question, if you can write it down and then we can ask it after the
Superintendent
presentation.
Placencia, and members of the community. My name is Dr. Jonathan Brown, Director of Assessment and Data for Waukegan Public Schools. Tonight, I will review our students' performance on our recent Illinois state assessments.
Excuse me.
The Illinois state assessments we will focus on for tonight are the...
Okay, I'm just wondering, I understand that you all have done this one time before in terms of pre-recorded. Okay, but I don't think that this is a good way to disseminate information, seeing that the individual that's presenting is not here and we cannot get clarifying questions in reference to numbers, percentages, and so I don't like this. I've said that before. If we're going to get this very, very important, vital information regarding our students, we need to have this done live and not pre-recorded.
So Dr. Brown is on his way. He was delayed. He was supposed to be present.
Well, you moved it up, sir. I appreciate that.
Negative.
I moved it up.
I moved it up, Ms.
Okay,
Hannah. I asked the board president. I'm going to have to leave a little early this evening. I asked the board president if we could cover the data presentation first, so that I could be here for questions. Dr. Brown is here. If it's consensus of the board that they would rather have this presented live, we can do so. We can revisit this. The rationale for the filming of the presentation is so that they can get through the presentations. You could write down your questions. They can be asked afterwards. And we also make this presentation available for all our families of WPS 60 in English and in Spanish, and it goes out with the letter. So it's a whole package presentation. The board sees it first, and then it is disseminated.
And I respect that, Superintendent. I truly do. In terms of it being recorded, pre-recorded for the community and the parents. However, for the Board of Education, we deserve live presentations, not pre-recorded.
And I think the consensus of the board was, as your board president, I've been asked for the time of meetings out of respect to the community and the Board of Education. In the pre-recorded, it doesn't change anything. Dr. Brown was planning to be here, and from all intents and purposes, we believe he will be here. It's important data. Is there anyone else, and we can talk about that as a board, but this was through conversation that we started to pre-record it for the things that are prescribed. So your, it is noted, Ms. Hannah, but I don't know unless any other board members would agree, this is just a data presentation, and again, it allows for greater transparency in that it goes out to our community, and Dr. Brown will be here to answer any questions that the board has.
Well, if he's here, why can't he present it?
Again, are any board members would like an in-live presentation?
Well, what she's saying makes sense, Brandon, but I going forward in the near future, it does make sense that Dr. Brown be standing at the podium, because that's he's always have been. This is a change. I mean, this is a change, because last time we had the data dealing with our students, Dr. Brown was there physically. So going forward, that's not, Ms. Hannah, it makes sense what she's saying. Let's do this live instead of remote.
So
Going forward, I mean, rather at this point, I understand what's been happening at this point. I'm willing to move forward, but going forward, man, it needs to be live.
So I do want to state that Dr. Brown, under normal circumstances, would be here. He is always present. As we heard that he is delayed, we don't know if there's an emergency or something right now, and do not want to put out personal business right now. But from our understanding is he is trying to get here as fast as he can.
And so if that's the case, then why can't we just do this at the next student achievement meeting?
You want to wait another month?
Because people came out to kind of see this information, and what
No, we got nobody but staff here.
Board President?
I see you, Mr. Vukovic. I see the other community members that are here as well. Ms. Leguizamo.
Thank you, Board President. So I agree with the recorded messaging. I'm okay with it because of the fact that we really want them to get through their presentation without any sort of in-between questions, because and then it throws off the cadence of the presentation. Sometimes it throws off the presenter of their train of thought. So I like the pre-recorded, and plus I also know that this is the same thing. What we see here is the same thing that our community is going to get. This isn't the first time we've done this. This is the third time I've seen that we have done something like this. And this is like what whenever I refer the community members that has questions about these types of things, I send them these videos, those links that go out to the community. So I agree with, and I'm okay with the pre-recorded. So, I mean, if we are going to deliberate on this, I mean, we need this information out there. I say we continue to proceed with the presentation. This is what we're here for. This is what the student achievement is for. I say let's go on ahead and go.
And you're absolutely correct. So we're going to go back and forth because this is new.
This information is not going to change whether Dr. Brown is here or not.
It don't matter, but the thing, what it does do is that there's information here, okay, that I know I'm going to have questions about. And you all say, again, another ripple in transparency. I have questions.
Right.
Okay, and just because I have questions, okay, and you say, everybody say, hold them at the end, where it's relevant to everybody here listening at the time the question is asked.
Right, and so the questions either going to be asked in the middle, in the end, or the beginning, right? I sent my questions already, so they have my questions in the beginning. If you wanted to send your questions, that would be asked in the middle, but rather, either or, the questions are the questions and they'll still be asked. So we can still ask the question, Just ask it after the presentation, is all I'm saying. It's still going to happen, it's still going to occur.
It needs to be live. That's all I'm saying. It need the presentations historically has always been live. So this new thing is not beneficial to everybody as you say it is.
That's an opinion. It'll be a board decision. For the sake of this evening, can we proceed?
Are we going to continue doing this, or this just because Dr. Brown got?
No, the last, to Ms. Since the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken, Deputy Cesario, we've pre-recorded the data. There wasn't a lot of data percent, right, obviously, but we did look at BOI data. We did this in, at the end of, the EOI data that we had. It's just pre-recorded. And then, yes, Dr. Brown can answer the questions, but Dr. Cesario is capable and can answer the questions and information. Dr. Nault is here and available and can answer the questions and information. So we can have this conversation, but I will encourage the board, and I'm looking at them because I believe that this is some of what was spoken about even during public comment, is why are we having this conversation here. But I'm going to ask that we...
Because she raised the issue, and I'm not going to disrespect her because she raised the issue, but I do understand that if there's an issue with him, we need to move on with the presentation. But as she said, going forward, she'd like to see him live. There's nothing wrong with asking that question.
Not at all, and it'll be a board decision.
I agree.
So,
Yeah.
I don't see why we can't just wait until the next student achievement meeting.
Can you please proceed with the presentation?
Good evening, President Ewing, Vice President Riddle, members of the board, Superintendent Placencia, and members of the community. My name is Dr. Jonathan Brown, Director of Assessment and Data for Waukegan Public Schools. Tonight, I will review our students' performance on our recent Illinois State assessments. The Illinois State assessments we will focus on for tonight are the Access for ELs assessment, the College Board's PSAT and SAT assessments, and the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, or IER assessment. The most recent scores are from the 2021-22 school year administration. To provide some context, we will show some historical data alongside the most recent data. Here we see a timeline of major assessment events over the past 2 years. This will help to explain some of the gaps you will see in later slides. Back in the spring of 2020, school was closed due to COVID, and all state assessments were canceled after March. In the fall of 2020, we started the year with remote instruction. Despite beginning the year remotely, the State Board of Education provided an opportunity for seniors to participate in an in-person SAT administration for post-secondary purposes. This was for those seniors that missed out on taking the SAT their junior year in the spring of 2020. In the spring of 2021, some students returned to in-person learning. The State Board of Education gave districts the opportunity to postpone state testing until the fall. Waukegan postponed administering assessments until the fall. In the fall of 2021, students slowly began returning to full in-person learning, and the postponed spring 2021 assessments were administered right away in August and September. In the spring of 2022, as almost all students returned to in-person instruction, state assessments were administered following the normal spring schedule. In the fall of 2022, all students are expected to attend in person, and a regular schedule of state assessments will be followed. Let's start with our Access for ELs English Proficiency Exam results. The Access test measures English learners' social and academic proficiency in English. There are 4 domains assessed: reading, listening, writing, and speaking. The Access test is based on the WIDA standards for English language proficiency and is written to measure students' language abilities up to college and career readiness levels. All English learners in grades K through 12 are required to be assessed yearly until the student tests as English language proficient. A composite score of at least 4.8 indicates proficiency in English. Students new to the state are assessed in the spring and given a plan with yearly targets to measure their progress to proficiency in English. Access is an online adaptive test for students in grades 1 through 12 and a paper pencil one-to-one test for students in kindergarten and those taking the alternate access test. Here we have a graph depicting the proportions of students scoring in each of the 6 levels of the access test since 2018. Each color represents a different level of performance. Recall that a level of 4.8 or higher is what is needed to be deemed English proficient. That would include a portion of the green, all of the blue, and all of the dark blue. With access, 2020 was the last year of testing prior to COVID because it was administered prior to March of that year. Student performance on access was consistent prior to COVID. 2021 results are from the fall of that year with nearly 1,000 fewer students participating. 2022 results are preliminary but represent where our students are performing now across the district. We will work to expand the proportions of students scoring in the top 3 levels of access over the course of the next few years. Now, let's turn to our students' performance on the College Board's assessment suite. Waukegan has expanded the use of College Board assessments above what is required by the state of Illinois. We administer the assessments to all students in grades 8 through 11. In grades 8 and 9, students take the PSAT 8-9. In grades 10 and 11, students take the PSAT 10 or NMSQT. In grades 11 and 12, students take the SAT. All of the tests are designed to follow a similar format measuring incremental growth towards college readiness. Each test measures more advanced content. Each one can be considered a practice test for the next and ultimately for the SAT. Students receive 2 main types of scores, the math section score and the evidence-based reading and writing section score. Both of those scores together make up the total score for a student. This applies to all of the tests mentioned on this slide. The College Board uses 3 performance bands to describe the results: red, yellow, and green. We will refer to them as below the benchmark, approaching the benchmark, and met or exceeded the benchmark. Students that score below the benchmark performance band are estimated to be performing at a level that is more than 1 year's academic growth behind expectations. Students that score in the approaching performance band are estimated to be performing at a level that is within 1 year's academic growth of expectations. Students that score in the green performance band have met or exceeded expectations. Students that meet or exceed the benchmark have a 75% chance of earning at least a C in the first semester credit-bearing college courses in math, literature, or social studies. If being prepared for college and having the ability to earn at least a C in typical first semester courses is expected, then scoring in the green performance band by grade 11 is the goal that students should aim for. Students begin testing in grade 8 and can track their progress twice a year through grade 11 using the College Board assessments. Before we move on to the next slide, I want to point out the chart at the top and how it details the cut scores for each of the performance levels, as well as how they increase for each test. These are cut scores advancing toward the college readiness benchmark. Here we start with math score performance for students in grades 8 and 9. Students in grade 8 take the test once in the fall, while students in grade 9 take the test in the fall and in the spring. Students in grade 9 have a higher benchmark or cut score than students in grade 8, even though the test is the same. The black horizontal line is there to acknowledge that there are differences in the expectations for each grade. 15% of students in grade 8 met or exceeded the math benchmark in the fall. The percentage of 9th graders meeting or exceeding the math benchmark improved from 12 to 13% by the end of the school year. Here we have students in grades 10 and 11. The percentage of students in grade 10 that met or exceeded the math benchmark remained at 7% between the fall and spring, but the percentage of students approaching the benchmark increased from 7 to 12%. Between the fall and spring, grade 10 students take the same test. Grade 11 students take the same test as grade 10 students in the fall, the PSAT, but with higher expectations or benchmarks. In the spring, grade 11 students take the SAT with even higher expectations or benchmarks than the fall test. In the fall, 8% of grade 11 students met or exceeded College Board benchmarks in math. In the spring, on the SAT, 9% met or exceeded College Board benchmarks in math. Again, this is a higher bar than the fall benchmark. That same spring, only 4% of students approached the grade 11 benchmark, while 8% approached the benchmark on the fall PSAT. Grade 11 is the only grade level that has increasing benchmarks during the school year because it takes two different tests. While the benchmark expectation increased between fall and spring for grade 11, we still expect to see similar, if not a larger percentage of students scoring in the met or exceeded performance level from fall to spring. Now let's move on to our students' performance on the evidence-based reading and writing portion of the test. We've labeled it as ELA. 30% of students in grade 8 met or exceeded College Board benchmarks in the fall of last year. On that same test requiring higher expectations, 31% of ninth graders met or exceeded expectations in ELA. By the end of the year, the percentage of students in every performance level improved. The top two levels increased and the lowest level decreased. This is the type of pattern we want to see every year within a grade level as well as between grade levels. As students move from 8th to 9th to 10th and above, we want to see the progress of the cohort with every performance level improve. Here we have students in grades 10 and 11. Every performance level of students in grade 10 improved between fall and spring, with 23% of students meeting or exceeding the college readiness benchmark for grade 10. Students in grade 11 took the same test as the 10th graders in the fall, but with a higher benchmark. 25% of students met or exceeded the grade 11 benchmark for the PSAT, with 13% approaching the benchmark. In the spring, on the SAT, 22% of grade 11 students met or exceeded the college readiness benchmark set by the College Board. This again is a higher benchmark than what was required of grade 11 students from the fall. Grade 11 is the only grade level that has increasing benchmarks during the school year because they take two different tests. As we track student performance on the College Board tests post-COVID, we review them in cohort fashion. The class of 2025, the class of 2026, and so on, as an example. Lastly, let's take a look at our state assessment for grades 3 through 8, the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, or IAR. The IAR was created to replace the Park Assessment. However, scores are comparable across the two tests. The IAR is administered over multiple days in the subject areas of math and English language arts. First, we see our students' performance in math since 2015. The very top row shows the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standards in grades 3 through 8 combined. The rows beneath show each grade level individually. The columns detail performance by year. Recall that in the spring of 2020, assessments were canceled and the following year they were postponed until the fall. Only the overall percentage of students meeting or exceeding standards in math is reported for the 2021 year. This is to give us an idea of student performance of those that chose to come back to test in aggregate. As we disaggregate the grade levels, the counts of students tested become smaller and are not suggested to be used in comparisons. In 2022, the test results are preliminary results, but are useful to serve as a baseline of where we are post-COVID. 9.6% of students met or exceeded standards in math in 2022. That is at about 60% of the level of where our students were performing in 2019 prior to school closures. In the College Board segment, I mentioned the desire to track cohorts over time. This chart allows you to see cohorts of students' performance on IER over time. Each cohort is color-coded where you can follow diagonally their performance from one grade level to the next. As an example, in 2019, 24.9% of third graders met or exceeded standards in math. 3 years later, in 2022, there were 3.4% of students in that cohort, now in grade 6, meeting or exceeding standards in math. Student performance from 3rd to 5th grade each year showed a pattern of decreasing percentages up until school year 2018. In the middle grades, the percentage of students meeting or exceeding in math showed overall increases from 6th grade ending in 8th grade. Lastly, let's review IER performance in ELA since 2015. Again, the first row shows the percentage of students that met or exceeded in aggregate. The rows beneath show individual grade level performance. Years 2020 and 2021 are noted and do not show grade level data. Overall, 12.2% of students in grades 3 through 8 met or exceeded standards in ELA. This is at 63% of our 2019 level, but lower than our 2015 initial level. Individually, grade 5 students had the highest percentage meeting or exceeding standards with about 15%, followed closely by students in grades 4 and 3 with just under 14% each. 6th grade had the fewest students meeting or exceeding standards in ELA with 8.2%. Following cohort performance diagonally, we see each elementary cohort making gains in each year in grades 3 through 5. More significant gains began to appear with the 2017 elementary cohort. From 2015 on, each middle school cohort increased overall in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding standards by the spring of 8th grade. Looking forward to Destination 2028, here are a few of the important planned and ongoing actions that district and school personnel are working on. Ongoing enhancements to the curricula in the areas of math and ELA or SLA, especially in grades K through 8. Alignment with Common Core and College Anchor standards. The continuation of phonics instruction in the primary grades. Support for building teacher practice and formative assessment as outlined in our keynote address this year. The strategic use of bag reports in middle and high school. Goal setting for major state assessment performance like the PSAT, SAT, and IAR. Goal setting for course performance utilizing common final exams. And lastly, building up district-wide PBIS. These are just a few of the things being worked on by district and school personnel this year, all in an effort to help more students succeed and prepare for the next step in their educational journey in Waukegan Public Schools. Do you have any questions?
Go ahead, Ms. Leguizamo. And again, so at this time, go to the board if there are any community members that would have any questions. We'll give the opportunity at this time. Go ahead, Ms. Leguizamo.
Thank you for that, Board President. I'll go ahead and get it started. I did save a few questions for tonight's meeting because I think it's very important to have these live discussions. So, Mr. White, if you wanted to bring up slide number 18 of the presentation, I don't know if you should be able to because the presentation is attached to the agenda. But the question is related to slide 18. So looking at the math performances, and there's a statement out there that is asking, is the Mathia program that we're using, which is a game-based math program, is it really working as you're looking at these cohort percentages lowering? So what are your thoughts on that statement or that question?
So I think it's a great question. One of the things that we're actually doing is evaluating all the software programs, some of the software-based programs like that, to determine the effectiveness, especially by school, and whether or not it is effective or not. So that's one of the approaches that we're taking. As it was mentioned, there's a number of things, there's a few examples that were listed, but the additional piece is to really examine the effectiveness of some of the programs that have been in use over a period of time, and to determine whether or not they are the appropriate ones, whether we need to expand, pull back, but that's what we're doing this year.
Okay, because I mean, if you're looking at this data specifically in this math data, talking about game-based programs and other programs that we have out there, right? Are we just doing that to increase the numbers and not really concerned about attainment? Because this is what it's looking like to me as the numbers decrease. I'm not seeing the attainment, the retention of the data, of the information that they are receiving through those programs.
So that's an excellent question. One of the reasons why we chose to show the cohort data over time was to actually help us with what we're doing in terms of evaluating the effectiveness. Is it impacting, because we don't want to look at the grade as a whole, because each cohort, comparing third grade one year to third grade another year is not the same. So we want to look at how it's effective over time and whether or not it is. So that's one of the reasons why we chose to look at the data like that. The other piece is what you mentioned about the attainment is in terms of the math instruction, and the board approved our math lesson study, and that is really so that teachers can talk about the data, they can talk about what it is they're doing and what their approach is and reflect on that. And really, what we want to do is develop a conceptual understanding for students to develop a conceptual understanding of math. I think the other piece to mention too is that we're showing IAR and MAP, and that was the other thing, is that IAR is aligned to the Common Core. IAR is directly aligned to the college anchor standards of which the SAT is developed, of which college courses are developed. And so that's where we're really moving towards, is a much more rigorous bar for what we're trying to do. MAP takes a sampling of some of the skills, the discrete skills, whereas IAR, much like the SAT, asks students to apply a number of skills at one time across content areas. So you really have to have developed, pardon me, a conceptual understanding of what it is that you're doing in order to apply those skills. Not only have an understanding, but then apply them in the appropriate setting. So these are all steps that we're taking right now, in addition to the work we've been doing over the past few years with the curriculum writing that's aligned to the Common Core standards.
And go ahead, Ms. Laguzamo, you got more?
Not really specifically to this topic. I was going to segue into another one, but if someone wants to add on to this topic, we can just stay on this topic right now.
I'll go to Mr. Coleman, and then I have a couple things too. Go ahead, Mr. Coleman, and if we can bring him the microphone, please.
Is it on?
Yes,
There it is.
I think it's
Okay.
on. Yeah. Is there any part of this strategy that addresses the skill gap between parents in the community and the students that go to the school? Because I'm trying to see if there's any piece of this that helps parents in the community bring the learning that is happening in the classroom into the home and then support the children in doing that. So was there any analysis of skill gap?
So right now, this is just an overview of just the end of year, the overall end of year data. That's an excellent question, though, because the one piece that we want to do is we're actually currently working on another report that will be more in depth.
Okay.
And a lot of what we're seeing here is we would like to take this and drill it down so that the schools have it for each classroom. So grade level and classroom to be specific to the student so that they can then develop those that those discussions, like parent conferences coming up, so they can talk about, here was your student's performance on this particular exam. These are the areas of strength, here are the areas of growth, and then here are some things that you can do. We can do together, we can do at home. I think that's an excellent question, because that's what we're really working towards. And I think shifting the way we look at it so that we're looking at it cohort-based will really tell a better picture, because then we can be more strategic with the kinds of resources and with the kinds of supports that we're doing. I hope that answers your question.
Kind of. If there's going to, well, there, I guess that would be.
This is a very high-level overview. It doesn't have what you know in terms of the skills pieces. This does not have that, because we're just going very general overview of the district as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
To add to your conversation, though, and I don't know if this was happening again this year or last year, but there were those courses for the parents, and I remember it was Matthew with Matthew, and as Mr. Matthews in the back there, and so is that something that is still occurring? I think the FACE department was in charge of that, and I know I see the FACE department here, but I don't want to put them on the
those classes will continue too, in addition to what we kind of described before in terms of really drilling this down and utilizing the similar report but at a school level, and so that the classrooms can use it as well, the grade levels can use it to pull that data out, so it is more specific to each individual child.
Ms. Vukovic, and Nick's right behind you.
Can you explain, I know what it means, but I'm not sure everybody else. What do you mean by cohort?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So I just mentioned third grade cohort, this year's cohort. It's that group of students for that particular year. So we're talking 2021. It's those kids in that grade level in that year. When we compare one cohort to another, we'll compare last year's third graders to this year's third graders. We're looking at two different groups of students. And the reason why it's important to look at it in both ways, we look at trends over time, and then we can look at it diagonally so that we can gather more information. It just helps us to look at information in other ways. So we can also break this down by student groups as well, and that's another piece that we're going to do, so that we can identify. We talk a lot about disproportionality. There'll be a disproportionality report, and oftentimes it's referred to or associated solely with our diverse learners. However, that's one disproportionality report. Reporting data like this will help us to look at it group by group, or student group by student group, or by year, by cohort, but it'll also help us to look at it by student groups, so that we can look at what disproportionality exists and then address that as well. So not only the individual student, but also possibly a student group. But it's important to look at the data in a number of different ways so that we can be most strategic with what we're trying to do.
Ms. Hannah.
Sorry,
Ms. Wozniak. I'll come to you next.
I was looking for data from the state to compare our district data with the state. So we did not see that in this presentation. And furthermore, I have asked many times, and I understand that this is state data, but the state data comes from the school district. That's how they get the information that we're looking at right now. Mm-hmm. And so I want these percentages, and I want the community to understand these percentages as they represent the actual number of students, okay? Because percentages can be deceiving. Let me give you an example. We talked about the, in the ELA, and I just picked one out, okay? And there were 71% of our students in, I think I was looking at one of the graphs, but it was 71% of the students that did not meet. Okay? And then to add on to that, 7% approaching. Okay? However, we say it's okay that only 22% of our students met, and the fraction exceeded. I don't know which one I was looking at, but anyway,
Page 16.
I know we are not disseminating the opinion that these numbers are acceptable, because when it all boils down to it, 78% of our students are not meeting or exceeding in their performance. And so this is not acceptable. Let me finish. Also, if you go back to the diagonal chart, okay, what you're calling the cohorts, okay? The cohorts, what I understand, a cohort, those third graders, that cohort should be measured at fourth grade. That cohort, not the third graders, and then another group of third graders. That I thought cohorts are consistent.
It is. It's the same, and that it's for the most part it's the same students.
But I don't want to lose my point.
Sure.
here.
Sorry about that.
These numbers, okay, I'm a little disappointed because we don't get to see what the state numbers are, where we're sitting in comparison with the state. Okay, I know I could go and look, you know, because I know how to navigate that that app, but John Q. Public does not. These numbers are not acceptable, and we have been changing curriculum. We've been writing curriculum. We've been doing this year after year after year. We've been changing techniques. We have been providing resources for you all to bring into the district what things that you all are saying is going to help our children rise up in their academic performance, right? But unfortunately, that's not what we are seeing here. Consistently, even through the historical data, okay, that you all have shown us, you know, 2 points going up. That's not that's an insult to say that that's improvement of 2%. What number?
Statistically, you have to see what that number is. Because
Right,
if you went up
absolutely.
10%, your state would be in here auditing you. So you have to know statistically what percentages, how the data moves.
Right,
So
and
2% is a pretty big growth if you look over time, if you go to the ELA. And if you look at the data, it is set up in the manner that you're talking. It is cohort. It's going from 3rd to 4th to 5th to 6th grade.
That's not
and
what
what I
you
would
said.
tell you is that we have been failing students in this school district for decades and decades and
You know what,
decades.
Superintendent, I'm
And
going to
so
stop you
without a
because
system, I respect you when you're speaking. Please allow me to finish my thought, and then I will give you the mic. When 80% of your students cannot read at attainment level, that did not happen yesterday. That did not happen 7 years ago. That did not happen 15 years ago. And you can see all the educators out there shaking their head.
where?
And so it happens, it's systematically, it's a social construct that we are trying to break. And if you look at the ELA, if you go to the ELA, you will see the cohorts have been moving. They have been moving. You're not going to see movement for 2 years. 1 whole year was canceled. School wasn't even in session outside of having virtual learning. The data here in Waukegan is no different than data across the nation. And then the hybrid year, you were off for majority of the year, and only approximately about 30% of the students returned. So we've lost almost 2 years. No fault to our teachers, no fault to our students, no fault to our community. This is a nation issue. You will not come out of this pandemic, not this district, not any district in the nation within, not over in next year, not over the 2 years. This will take our nation to recover a number, if not a decade or more, to even fill the gap. It's like a kid who plays basketball. You take that basketball away from 2 years. He was proficient in basketball, making hoops, making three-pointers. He doesn't play for 3 years. You think he's going to get back out on the court and be as proficient as he was? No, he's not. He's not. And the societal and the social emotional components of when we brought these kids back at that time, that was the biggest crutch with us. That was where the focus was last year. Now it is time this year to come back and put all gears in play. We're actually now, we know what we're dealing with after the pandemic. We know social and emotionally what supports need to be added. And that's where we have to go from this point.
So what I want to do is I want to let Ms. Hannah finish. I see you, Ms. Vukovic, and then I'll come to you. And then I see you, Mr. Williams, and Ms. Wozniak's been waiting. Go ahead, Ms. Hannah, if you
Okay,
can.
first and foremost, we, in this district, decades back, we have never had students going into remedial classes from our Waukegan school district. It never even reached 10%.
So are you saying that's new, Ms. Hannah?
I'm saying it is new. We've never had.
Based off what data?
We've never had.
Based off what data, Ms. Hannah?
Based off me sitting here and watching our kids go off into college and do well. And we've never had our students going into 73% of our high school graduates going into remedial classes when they get into college. It's unheard of. And we've had kids from decades leaving Waukegan School District with good educations.
That's not...
Good educations, and these scores are not anything close to what they were decades. And I've looked at retired tests on the state school report card. I've looked at all that data. And so to sit here and to say that we have been failing kids for decades and decades and decades, I was a Waukegan graduate. They didn't fail me. And for that perception and that dissemination of information continually going out into Waukegan, and trust me, I'm not speaking only for me. I'm speaking for the people that has said to me, why is that information continually being put out in the public about our Waukegan schools never being doing good through the decades, because it's not true.
So it's not about Waukegan Public School doing good. It's about how many students are at grade level, which is attainment. So we can't mix apple and oranges. And anyone can go look at the Illinois school report card because the data is there. Now, the assessment did change in what year for elementary and SAT? SAT was, Amanda, how many years, what year did SAT go in? Go ahead.
It's changed a couple times. It was Prairie State,
Okay.
then it went to
Right.
Park.
So it's a
And
different
then it went to
assessment. But if you go back
IRI,
to
absolutely.
if you go back to the Illinois
I know.
State report card, that does not mean that no good teaching is happening and students are learning. When we're talking about attainment, students being at grade level.
And this is why these conversations are difficult, is because we don't take the appropriate time to level set. This is one of the things that I've been continually saying is neither one of you all are wrong. Is the issue, great things come from Waukegan. I say that all the time. Nobody is saying or denying that our students don't go off and compete with the greatest of the greatest. They do. They have. Many of us are products of it. Many of our children are products of it. People go to Waukegan, they get an education, they go off and be successful. What we are talking about is attainment rates. What we also are talking about is graduation rates. And what we are saying is they have been static, relatively so, over an extended period of time. I graduated 12 years ago. The graduation rate at that time was around 78%. So when we talk about these attainment rates, when we talk about the ACT achievement rates, there hasn't been a drastic change in the number of students who are successful on these individual tests. So that's not to say that great things don't come from Waukegan. That's not the message that's being put out. And that's why we have to make sure that we are level setting. No one, and I'm one of the first people to say, would say that these numbers are acceptable. These numbers are what they are. We are coming out of a pandemic. That's not an excuse, it's a reality. And so what are we going to do now that we know where our students are, right? That is what I heard from Mr. Coleman. That's what I have heard the Deputy Cesario is bringing back. We have to know where we are in order to be able to address it. And can we go back to that slide very briefly? Is when we look to that point, and I want to give what Ms. Hannah is saying. So, hey, students were slightly improving. To Ms. Hannah's point, because she's asked for this on multiple occasions, and I apologize that I did not catch it, Ms. Hannah, is that you want to see the total number of students that those percentages represent. You've said it before. We said that we would honor that request. I overlooked it. I apologize. It will be corrected, and we will get that information out to you.
Thank you.
And it'll be corrected before it goes out to parents.
Thank you.
So that one we do acknowledge. But when we look at it, just like they're saying, when you go over, you look at the third graders, 2015, 15.7. By 2019, those third graders were at 24.9. But then you also have to follow that diagonally. So in 2015, those third graders, what Mr. Cesario acknowledged is that by the time they were getting to 7th grade, right, that number was going from 15.7 down to 10. And that's the pre-pandemic. So no one is not acknowledging the data. I don't think anybody is saying that we should be doing backflips because of what the data says. But in order for you to know where you're going, you have to take a hard look at where you are. And so as we have those level set conversations, I think the other point to acknowledge what Ms. Hannah is saying is we have to compare us to what the state average is, and you will bring that data back. And that way we can know. Because to the superintendents, to what they're both saying, is we are lower than the state, but the superintendent is correct. This is not an anomaly that is happening to Waukegan, but it also has to be viewed in the context as many districts around us did not close. So when we say that a year was canceled, wasn't canceled in Lake Forest, wasn't canceled in Lake Bluff, wasn't canceled down the street in smaller districts that had more resources to be able to combat the pandemic. So now we're going to be comparing our students and our student success level to schools and school districts that did not close. But regardless of those schools or schools not closing, the trends are the same. And what we are looking at is the trends. So I want to acknowledge what you both are saying, and I want to make sure that the items that you're asking for, Ms. Hannah, related to the numbers and a comparison to the state, that information will be given. Now, I had Ms. Vukovic's hand.
Part of what I was going to say is, and I think that all of us, hopefully including people on the board, are tired of the COVID excuse.
Yeah.
I understand from 2020 on, yes, accept, I mean, we can't accept the scores, but it's no one's fault. School was closed, the world was upside down.
Right.
But don't pretend, and I'm going to ask Ms. Placencia to please be more respectful to your board members, because you're rolling your eyes when Ms. Hannah is talking. Yes, you were. You were. While she was talking, and putting your head back and all of that is just as rude as someone else talking too rudely to you. So please don't be disrespectful. These board members are your bosses. So I'm sorry that I'm jumping on you, but it is not acceptable for you to have that look on your face. And someone last week made a comment about the way that your face looks when certain people are talking. I would really get a mirror and put it down by your computer. 15%, and it's what Mr. Ewing was just saying. The third graders, we follow them from 15 down to 2018. 15, 11, 10, 7. That went down. There's no way, that's before COVID. Why did that go down?
I can explain it. So one thing I could tell you, when we came in 2016, Matt Foster is, I believe I've seen him here. We had curriculum that we had purchased that was not even aligned to state standards. So prior to 2016, a lot of our teachers were teaching curriculum that wasn't even aligned to state standards or PARC or anything else. That's number one. Number two is we adopted curriculum. And so in that adoption phase, we piloted schools. So not all schools came on. So as a teacher, you know that when you get new curriculum, it takes time, right? Implementation time, you have to learn the curriculum. So there was 3 phases of that in math, because we're looking at math right now. Matt, do you want to add anything? So there's a number of reasons. And the COVID is not an excuse, it is a reality.
It is a reality, but it keeps being used when people say, why are our scores going down? Well, that's because of COVID. Let's not go from 2020
I can
on.
explain the past. What I'm talking right here is when we look at what happened in 2022 and our scores.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. Those 2 years, you're going to feel that impact of those scores next
For
year.
years, I know.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
Right.
The previous years, I would tell you it's curriculum issues. You were in the classroom, there was no standard-based curriculum that was aligned to the standards. So then the pilot that came in.
that.
Mr. Foster, would you like to add anything to that?
He knows,
Sure, if you look at
that
the
program.
data. And I'm sorry, can we get Mr. Foster a microphone? I apologize, Mr. Vukovic. We have a second one. You can hold on to that one if you had another question.
If you look at the data, when everyday math came in, Ms. Vukovic, you're familiar with it? Oh, yeah. The scores went from 13% to 16%. That's a dramatic gain. We were on our way up. If you look at the third grade at 24%, that meant that the previous year and the one before that, maybe partially, got everyday math. And so when they've gotten it, I think you'll agree that it's a fine
all of my
program.
students met their goal except for one my last year.
Right.
And I told you it was because of everyday math. So I'm not arguing about the program. I'm arguing about explaining data, because you can spin data a lot of different ways when, in fact, not you, I'm saying someone who was just speaking before. The data is the data, and it's there, and it was going down, and I agree, because I loved everyday math, and my students did very well with it, and I'm sure the scores are going to continue to go up once we get past this COVID business.
And I agree, and I know that the teachers are banding together, and it's going to be a really good year this year. We're going to see some great improvement. I just want you to know that the scores actually went up when we put in a new curriculum, and as it rolled in more, we were doing things that the district hadn't done in quite a while. We were raising scores.
So I believe that we answered the 2 questions on why the data looked that way. We know we have our challenges. I'm not saying we don't have challenges, but when you're a car, we have the carburetor, there's a couple of things that, that were offline. One is, of course, when curriculum is not aligned to the standards and kids have to take a test and they're not even being taught those skills, maybe outside you're bringing it into the class, that impacts scores. And then when we have a new curriculum, it takes time for teachers to get comfortable with curriculum, Mrs. Vukovic, you know that. And we didn't launch it full scale all the way out. Some schools were ready. Other principals said they weren't ready. So we took three different phases. So my projection is, in just the feel of the schools I'm looking at it, that those scores there will increase this year. But I don't know how we make up any momentum or loss, instructional loss that we had prior to that. If that makes sense.
It makes sense, it's just that the loss prior to that was not due to COVID. That's all I want you to explain, and not...
Yes,
not
it was
keep
due
putting
to
that.
curriculum that we purchased as a district that was not aligned to state standards, and implementation of a new curriculum that was rolled out in 3 phases.
I saw Mr. I told Billy I was going Mr. Coleman and then Ms. Wozniak. I apologize.
It's okay.
Then I'll see you, Mr. McIntyre. I'll come to you after Ms. Wozniak.
I do want to say very clearly that when we go through things like this, I hope the board understands that expectations of gratitude, that's a microaggression. When we see things failing our community, if the response that we feel like it's failing, and then there is language that alludes to an expectation of gratitude for what work has been done, that is a microaggression, and that is systemic violence. So I just want to say that, and I hope that the board understands the power that you're wielding, and does the work to see when you're actually being violent to the community, because the community can really feel that. But I did want to say also, I'm really concerned about the number of community members who are not comfortable with data analytics. This can be really difficult for a lot of people, and I'm not seeing where, maybe I'm just not aware of it, but I'm not seeing where work is being done to really address that skill gap, because you really have to understand data analytics to be able to get through this. And I do want to go back to Ms. Hannah's statement about it being live versus recorded. When you listen to the tone and the language used in the recording, it does have a positive vibe to it. It's really saying like, oh, look at these numbers, it went up by 2%. And I get it that from a data analytics perspective, it is. But for a community that is not used to data analytics, it could feel misleading. It could seem misleading. So I hope that the board understands that that was the reasoning behind wanting this to be live, so that the numbers can just really stand on their own without any kind of persuasive tone or language.
Thank you.
Ms.
Can
Wozniak,
I say something?
I'm going to go to Ms. Wozniak, then Mr. McIntyre, then you, Mr. McBride. Ms. Wozniak.
You spoke that we were going to see more data. Yes. And so that will be the split of how the
We have more.
different demographics are doing, the blacks and the Hispanics and the
Yeah, we're going to
gender.
So we're currently working on another report, a disproportionality report, both for Dr. Bublitz gets one from the state. So there's a discussion about disproportionality, and oftentimes it's focused solely on students that are in the DL, and we want to make it very clear that disproportionality exists outside of the DL department, right? And that disproportionality is present everywhere. And so, in order to show that accurately, we're putting together some information slides that would show student groups. I also think it's important that we also do just gender, also male, female.
So we're going to see that in September?
We're working on it right now. We should have it ready for September.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I think that, the points that we're making about being transparent with how the data is shown, I think is really important. And I think the rationale here was that we wanted to show an overview. And we are just getting some of this information in, especially with the DL, the disproportionality report from the state on diverse learners. But we also wanted to make sure that we were pulling that data together. So there's actually a team working, DL, teaching and learning, EL, and Office of Equity, along with Dr. Jonathan Brown, so that we can get this right and look at it in that same way. And also prepare reports that I had mentioned earlier for each of the schools on that, so that we can look at it by classroom and drill it down.
Mr. McIntyre.
Board President, I have a question on other two slides.
Okay.
So Ms. Wozniak sort of hit on what one of my points was going to be, which was the subgroups. I'm curious to see what's going on with the male versus female, black, Hispanic populations. I think to some degree that information, it looks to be hidden, even though I hear what you're saying, Dr. Cesario, that it'll be coming in September. But that information would be useful now at the top of the school year to help everybody else that's going to be dealing with these young people. There's an effect, there's an impact to these young people and how they move in the community when they are not properly educated, and we won't really know how to properly support them in the way that we could without this information being given to us. So saying that we're going to get this in September is useful, but not so much right now. And that means that from now until then, we're a little behind. And I think that really needs to be taken into consideration. I remember a few years ago, and one other point that was made just now was about the COVID excuse. It seems that way, even though everybody who went through COVID, we all felt it. You know, we know what it was like and we know the impact that it had. Nobody can deny that. I think at some point in time when I deal with some of these young people and they come to me and somebody has complained, the teacher has complained, or someone has said, well, you know, this kid is acting up, or he's bad, or she's bad, and they come with the reasoning of, well, you know, somebody did something to me, it'll come across to the teacher or the staff member as an excuse, and it'll be treated as such, right? I don't know why we would expect different from the young people than we do of one another, and it shouldn't be excuses used. If it's reasonable for an adult to say that this is the reason or justification for something going on with adults, then I hope that we will take that same mindset when young people come into the classrooms and they say, you know what, this is my reasoning for what happened with me, and maybe we'll give them that same treatment. I think they call that empathy. So I hope that we will take that into account. And one last thing I want to say, and again, because the examples that are set by the adults, I'm telling you, if you don't realize it, which I know everyone here does, these young people are emulating what they see in the adults. And I'm always talking to them about respect or the lack thereof. And when they come in and watch these board meetings and they see what looks to be disrespectful behavior by the leadership of the district, I don't really know what you expect from them. Right? The undeveloped brains and everything that we keep talking about, but we still insist on bombarding them with negative behavior, and we want them to do positive things. And I just really hope that everybody in leadership positions, I don't care what the title is, please consider that when you're performing up here, because that's what it's looking like as a performance. And I really wish that you would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Mr. McBride.
Mr. Coleman, I appreciate you, man. I'm sitting here my own self looking at these percentages, and I somewhat understand them, and I'm a board member, but I really don't really understand them. So I could imagine, just because I got a head start because I've been on this board 12 years, I'm kind of understanding it a little bit. But if I was a regular citizen and a mother that, you know, come from poverty and whatnot, now I didn't have much education, I'll just be listening. I don't know what I'm listening to. But I understand it because I'll hear statistics about behavior, and those statistics that I'll see about kids fighting and being being the disrespectful insubordination. The statistics don't, when I see them, it's not saying what I see. And as I speak about this, we starting a new year, and everything that I'm talking about that I've seen and heard, you're talking about COVID. It's starting right now, new year. We just started all over with bad behavior in some of our buildings right now, and that behavior, as Anthony was saying, filters right on into the streets. So I'm saying that when I sat there doing graduation, I see the statistics. When I sat there and passed out the certificates, I look at who's graduating. And what I seen this year was very sad.
That's very sad.
Very sad. Not just sad just because of what walking across the stage. Even when I looked at those that we set on the platform for valedictorian, and those, I didn't see nobody look like me at all, having any kind of honor, any respect, under no circumstance of that whole platform. See, I seen that. Those are my statistics. So my question is, what are we doing to elevate those kids that's going through the system, that saying to me they don't count, they're not smart enough to be
Bilateral.
they're not smart enough to be out front to have some kind of status or given some kind of statistics saying that they're going to college. To me, that's sad. And I love the idea that we need to be more transparent and come up with ways to where our parents that may not have the ability to understand statistics, you let them know what's going on with their kids. Because other than that, we're failing them. And like I said, my statistics is what I seen when I sat there at the end of the year and watched you walk across the stage. And it was sad what I seen.
Thank you for that, Mr. McBride. Ms. Leguizamo, you said you had 2 questions on the slides. I have a statement. I'm going to let you do it. Then I want to talk about the graduation policy because it's 7:52. Which hand? You had your hand up, Brother Blanks?
Yeah.
After Ms. Leguizamo? Okay. And again, we always get here. So I think where we want and what the community wants to hear is what comes next, Dr. Cesario. So I know you said that you will be breaking this data down even more and further very, very soon. But I also want us to I keep talking about as a team really how we are going to move through this pandemic. And I want to keep going back to what, and I'm sorry, Brother Blanks, but I'm going to say what you said during public comment, and I'm going to go to what Mr. McIntyre has said here on this podium, is we represent the taxpayers. We have to get through this. We have to have these difficult conversations, and we should be able to do it in a way in which we're modeling what we want the students to also do. So that was one. But we do have some real issues. I don't see Mr. Christensen. I know you've been getting emails, so you might not be here. I don't see him today. There you are. But your statement about second graders has really caused me concern. In that we, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but we have second graders that have enrolled in Waukegan Public Schools that were not in preschool, were not in kindergarten, were not in first grade, and now they're showing up as 7 and 8 year olds. And when we get the data, it just can't be around this group of kids not doing well. Right? But now we know that what the community is looking for is what resources are we going to do about it. So I keep saying is that we have to have the both and conversation. And I hope that we are modeling the behavior, and I hope that we come back with some very tangible things to do. And what Mr. McBride is saying too, we have to address demographics, right? And disproportionality. But you got to be able to have this conversation in a way is that Waukegan is a changing community, right? And so what does that look like? What does it feel like? And how do we make sure that students aren't lost in the change? So, Ms. Leguizamo, your 2 questions, and then I'm going to go, did I lose them? All right, go ahead, Ms. Leguizamo.
No, and I'm glad that you made those statements because it does segue into the conversation I wanted to get into, which, Mr. White, if you wanted to go to slides number 20. Yep, that's right. Slide number 20. It's 21 and 22, which are the last 2 slides, and that talks about how we're going, or how the team is going to tackle the issues that we see here, that was presented on here today, right? So I'm looking at this, and this is what Destination 2028, that's not the official title of the next strategic plan, but that's what we're just kind of calling it as a placeholder right now for those that are wondering what that looks like. I also agree with my fellow board members, including Ms. Hannah, in regards to the data targets. So as we're looking at Destination 2028, the next set of reporting through this destination, I'd like to see what our district goal is and the state goal targets, right? We'd like to see what those targets are and how we are comparable to and growing from that. Because I know that we're going to be below the state until we pass the state, and then how that goes, right? So that I just want to make that comment. But my question here is, as we're looking at these to-do list as to how to help the situation that we're in, is how is this different than the previous strategic plan that we had, Destination 2022? Because we are where we are now, which that one just finished from that. And how is this plan different from that previous strategic plan?
So I just want to, can I just say a few words, please?
To piggyback and ask the question that you.
Well, I don't, and I'm sorry, Ms. Hannah, if he can respond to that one, I want to be respectful, and then if it is, go ahead and ask your question.
No,
right
it
now.
might be on the same. It's combined, okay?
Sure.
And could you answer if we met all of Destination 2022? Well, I know that we're not done, but are we close to the end goal of Destination 2022 going into Destination 2028?
So I'll start with that question first, and then I'll go back. But if I forget some elements of the first question you posed, please remind me, okay? But about that, I think that's an excellent question, and that's part of the process of developing Destination 2028 is examining what happened or what were the goals in Destination 2022. One of the questions that Ms. Leguizamo, or the question that she asked in relation to Destination 2028 is, how is it different than Destination 2022? First, we need to look at what we said we were going to do as a district when that was established, and then we need to determine if we actually did it. The largest difference is the fact that it's going from really kind of like a checklist to a rubric, or just a to-do list, to really developing practice and skill. And part of that entails the use of SMART goals, and I'm using a lot of educationalese, so if there's questions, I'll explain it. But the SMART goals are specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, timely. Those are how we developed our framework for success goals. We're making them inclusive and equitable. So we're adding an I and an E, so they're SMART T goals, okay? But and they would be measurable. So one of the examples, I'll just use one example, is freshman on track rate. Graduation rate would be another one. Freshman on track, sophomore on track are two metrics that are directly associated with, they would be KPIs that are associated with graduation rate. If those are on par, then it'll show you how close you are to reaching your goal. In terms of establishing goals for the state, I think that's what we have to look at. But again, SMART T, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. And I think it's really important. We can't say 100% of students by the end of this are going to be at attainment. We know that we have EL students. We know that we have DL students. We have to be realistic, and that's where it comes in. But it talks about, we need to talk about, here's our benchmark. This is where we started, and this is where we want to be. And I just want to say that, like, the College Board, it does explain what some of those benchmarks are, right? We don't have the numbers of students attached to it, but we do have the percentage. And by no means were we celebrating that 72% of our students are below. We're not celebrating that. But we do want to acknowledge that there was movement, because those metrics are what we want to see. We want to see upward trends, right? And that this test is far different than the previous test. So I digress now. But I think in terms of that, it's what we're doing as a process, as a community, to really establish those goals. Looking at what the benchmark is and then developing the goals so that it is specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, timely, inclusive, and equitable.
And I'm glad that you talked a little bit about the goal, just to add a little bit onto that, because I've been vocal in regards to Destination 2022's flaw was the numbers, the targets, the goals that were identified in there were not realistic goals. They were exaggerated. Stretch goals is what it was called. And originally when I read that plan, I didn't, as a community member, understand that that was a stretch goal. That was an unrealistic goal. I thought that was a goal and we were going to hit it. And so coming to find that that wasn't the case was a very big concern for me.
So it's
And so when we're planning out Destination 2028 and we're looking to put numbers, quantitative numbers to our targets and our strategic goal and planning, that's where I agree with Ms. Hannah. I like to see our district target, our state target, and the numbers along with the percentages.
Yeah, and I think that's part of how.
And no stretch goals, right?
And no what? I'm sorry.
No stretch goals.
No stretch goals.
Okay, so I wasn't a part of Destination 22. I wasn't here, but the one thing I think is that it helped to establish a foundation, and I think this other piece is working to really get closer to where we want to be. Right. I think it's important, though, to mention that the framework for success and the work that we're doing with respondability is all in preparation to get our admin and now our site-based admin to look at where we're at and where we want to be, and talk about the expectations while also providing support. So it's an alignment with that, but also making sure that they are attainable, right? That we're specific, we're measurable. And where are we starting, and where do we want to be? What's realistic? And looking at patterns of growth. And I also want to say is that's part of what the disproportionality report is about. It's not only looking at where each student group is, but it's about where is their growth relative to each other. Ideally, we want to see the growth being consistent across all students groups. So
thank you for that, Dr. Cesario. Board President, I turn to you.
And I got one question for Dr. Cesario.
One sec, because I promised that I was going to Brother Blaze. Go ahead, Brother Blaze.
Yes. In a 3-student household, approximately what is funneled into the district amount? Maybe somewhere from $56,000 to $58,000 with 3 kids household that comes to the district per child. Will anybody know that?
What's the question?
What's the per pupil expenditure?
We're at about 15,000 per pupil.
16,000.
15 to 16,000 per student, right?
Yep.
So I guess my question is, when we look at the dismal numbers here, and we look at how many good administrators and teachers that we are losing, apparently, as you all have said, this system is failing our children. So do you think it would be in the best interest of the family and the community if we take those dollars that is failing our children and perhaps move into a voucher system where we can take that money and we can hire people like the administrators that we are losing, like Dr. Hillary, Ms. Saduro, Dr. Davis, and use that money to come in and to work with our own children, because apparently this system is not working and we are losing good administrators, some who have good intentions to work with our kids. Do you think that perhaps moving into a voucher system and maybe not, and depending on this system so much that continue to repeatedly fail our children, where it's become a miseducation system with all the adult issues that we have and the top-heavy salaries that are not allowing it to trickle down to our children? I think if we trim the fat at the top, maybe we can get more progress in the best interest of our children academics. And I'm speaking because the more I'm here, I keep hearing the words of one of my newfound partners in education and history. I keep hearing the voice of a guy by the name of Francis McCormick. And perhaps if we could, even teachers like that, and I tell you, and the more I talk to him, and we talk on a regular basis, our education and views is not that far apart. So perhaps when we are looking at how our children are failing, and we're not getting the bang for our bucks and our tax dollars, perhaps we might consider hiring the people that we are letting go to help educate our kids and trim the fat off the top so our kids can rise. That's my question. What do you think?
I don't have a comment for that. I'm not prepared to answer that question as it doesn't relate to this.
Yeah, because a lot of you would be out of work if we went.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it.
Ms. Hannah.
Yeah, okay. Clarify something, okay? We just had Destination 2022, right? We're still working within that, right? Okay. Could you explain to me, you and or the superintendent, explain to me why we are using a 6-year matrix? Now we're going into Destination 2028. Well, that's 4 years. I mean, that's 6 years from now. You probably won't be here. Many people probably won't be here. Why can't we have Destination 2025? Because, I
think it's a good question.
Because you talk about unrealistic goals and all of that stuff like that. You're pushing out the conclusion of the progress. You're giving the progress all the way till 2028 to be realized and viewed. Shorten that time period. Destination 2025. Because I'm not understanding the 6-year span.
So I can give you the rationale for that. So we wanted it to be a 5-year plan and to coincide with the other 5-year plans we have. I'll talk about the fact that I think you addressed something that's really important. Who's going to be here, right? And who's in charge? All right, and of what plans and how are we going to be consistent with that? I think it's a good question. We decided to make it Destination 2028 because we wanted to have time so that this year would be the planning year, because we did get a late start. Talk to the president and the vice president of the board about that. Inform them that it was a truncated time, so we would end Destination 2022 at the end of this school year and start in January. We're also in the development our 5-year plans for middle school redesign, for high school transformation, for the BEST program, and for curriculum writing. To address your other point is, we've involved in all of those plans teachers and administrators, and we have solid plans in place that will have dashboards that will be outwardly facing so we can be accountable publicly. But the way the plans have been developed is so that if I were to leave, if Jason were to leave, that there are other people that could pick that up, because that was something that was really in mind with that, is that we want it to be sustainable. We are vested in what's happening. We want to make sure that it works, and we don't want it to be extremely long. But having a 3 to 5 year plan is not unrealistic, because it does allow for time to develop. The one last piece to this is that you talked about a flaw with the last plan. It was static. It was, here we are, here's where it is. Whereas the proposal that I shared initially was that Destination 2028 will be, and it will not be static, it will be fluid. So as we progress, or if we don't progress, we'll show adjustments to our plan, and we'll show where we are either progressing or not progressing, and making dashboards available to outward facing to the community. So, I've heard several times about being transparent, making it easy to look at. We've looked at what other districts have done to have outward facing dashboards so that data can be displayed visually in an easy to discern manner. So those are all components to this. I think it's an excellent question, though, asking about the sustainability and about the timeline. And I'm glad I had an opportunity to answer that, because it was something that was at the heart of what we were doing and why we were doing it.
So it's 6 years.
No, it's going to be a 5-year plan, because it's going to start in January of 23. So it might be a 5.5-year plan, but actually the goal right now is to kick it off in January of 23, and hopefully have it end. Hopefully have it end in that same cycle in the year 28.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's Mr. Coleman.
Thank you. I wanted to say, when you're talking about 5-year plans, I do understand that just from a corporate strategic space. But when you're dealing with a community that is on survival, like they're thinking day to day, or at the very best month to month, and I really hope that those who are doing these things understand that this system is built in a way that gives concessions to those with privilege first. So when you're making space for you to have time to succeed, you're actually giving yourself a concession, and I'm not saying you specifically.
No, I know, I understand.
But what I'm saying is that I'm hoping that as we move forward, there are smaller or more frequent opportunities for community members to engage, to kind of really reset that, so that the centering is not on those with privilege, but those without the privilege. And that whether it be these meetings, these reports, or even the style of the way we approach planning, that is really with the people centered, and really not about those who are managing the suffering, because that's what happens, right? That's how exploitation starts to become set, is that you have a group of people who are suffering, but then you also have people who are managing that suffering, and those people have annual salaries for managing that suffering. And so then you get, even right now, right now, I just want you to hear me.
No,
I know, because you keep going for the mic. That's what I'm saying, is that just listen. Just listen.
Oh, I am.
See that? This is what I'm talking about, structural violence.
Okay.
This is what happens to us, right? And it's not just in these moments, it's even in the style and the way that things are given to us, right? And so we're just asking that in the future, and the North Chicago think tank is here, I'm here to participate in whatever smaller style of engagement we can come up with, but there has to be something different. It has to be something that centers us and makes us feel safe to participate and redesign how this is going for the sake of our children.
So I was just going to say I'm really excited about what you said, because that is part of what the plan is. So I wasn't trying to stifle you, or just want to make that clear. I was excited. So because part of this is that part of the process is, and that's why we wanted to make sure that we were taking our time, was that we were holding meetings with stakeholders, a variety of stakeholders, in a number of different manners. Focus groups, because people sometimes feel more comfortable in an intimate setting, and then doing survey, because sometimes people don't want to be in a crowd. Doing town hall. But then the other piece that you said is, because I really appreciated that too, about managing the suffering. I like the way you phrased that. That's something we don't want to do. We don't want to wait till the end of the year to look at our progress. We want to do it quarterly, all right? And so like we would be updating our dashboards and updating our progress, or our lack thereof, at that point, and sharing that with the community too. I just think that's really important to do that as well. But that's the gist of this, is that it's in the fluidity piece, is that we're looking at it not as it's this goal for this year or this goal for next year, so that we're waiting, or if something's not working, that we make adjustments. So yeah, no, that's all. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was excited because that's exactly a lot of what we're doing, is trying to get that feedback and input. Thanks.
Ms. Placencia, I know you said you had something.
Yeah, I also, so one thing I've really been practicing a lot lately is words matter. And so I do want to apologize, Ms. Hannah, if I came off disrespectful. I would call it passion. I would call it frustration. I will call it many things. And I am frustrated. I look at those scores, they're not where we want them to be, but I also look at my staff, my teachers that work very hard. I look at the administrators that are, working very hard. And then I look at our babies that are in our classrooms. And ones that came back they were supposed to be in kindergarten and come back to a second grade class, and it's a whole new environment. So when we perpetuate that we just started failing, it makes it appear as that we're not working as hard or giving as much. And I go in classrooms, I'm in buildings, I see the sweat and tears, I see the frustration. Not trying to use a pandemic as an excuse. It's a reality. I wish it wasn't our reality. My biggest concern now is this monkeypox. And we're in a time right now that I wouldn't think that we'd be having to face these many different variables that plague on Black and brown communities. But we're here. And so now it's how do we change the trajectory? And so yes, there is a lot of growth. But as I said, words matter. And so when our staff hears, well, it's also ego, right? How do you boost morale? If we're telling them already that we're just failing and, the mountain's so high to climb, how do they even get the enthusiasm to even try to climb the mountain? And what are we seeing about our students in our district? And the data is the data. I can't lie, and you're right, Mr. Coleman, you could tell the data story in a lot of different ways. That's why the Illinois School Report Card is there. You can do your research. You can see what the trajectory of Waukegan has been. But I don't want it to be the fallacy that all of a sudden this is just new, because it's not. Unfortunately, it's not. And we can't get comfortable in a place where we just accept it. And I don't accept it. And that's where you hear the passion. And that's where you hear the frustration. And also culturally, like other cultures, I speak with my hands, my face. It's cultural. And just as everyone else does. And so when we talk about microaggressions or biases, we also have to know that other cultures also bring something new to the table or bring something with them also, right? So Ms. Hannah, please know I was not being disrespectful. I was being passionate, because for me, words matter, and I know our teachers watch this. I know our principals watch this. We have many staff that are sitting in the audience, and I want them to know that we know as a board that they're working very hard. And the students that are watching this, I know that you're working really hard. We've had a tough couple of years. It seemed as once we got the train on the track moving, it was derailed. And now we got to keep that momentum so that we can see those scores. And it's not even about scores, it's about learning, and it's about access, and it's about breaking down social constructs. It's all of that so that our students have a chance in the society that they're going to live in. And so I wanted to explain more on that, of what my position was, and charge it to the heart, not to the head. But I'm passionate when it comes to our students, our staff, our administrators, our community, and I just know the work that goes on in District 60 every day.
So, as we talk about Destination 2028, I think it is important, as we talked about those benchmarks and those check-ins, is 2028 is where we're going, right? There are going to be metrics that we want to monitor as we progress through that. So, Ms. Hannah, those will come much more frequent, but you do want to have continuity, and that was one of the big things that I heard from feedback from teachers, even when we talk about curriculum, is the everyday math was working, right? And so if we now, because the scores dipped, throw out everyday math, well, then we're not going to see it. And I know that's not what you're advocating, but that is one of the things that why a multi-year plan is a long-term approach. But doing those check-ins, making sure that we are looking at our progress more frequently is very important. So I do want to just acknowledge that in what you said. What I'm going to do is, it is 8:19.
Oh, is this the one with the graduation?
Yeah, it was.
I thought that was the other one.
We can postpone that. I mean, we got time for that.
And the issue with postponement that
We already did.
that I don't like is that we do keep postponing, and so the team is here. They sat through a 2.5, 3-hour meeting, prepared to brief the board. And so one of the things when we talk about how we have this conversation, it is 8 o'clock. I went through our board agreements. I hate to do it to you all, but it's also 8:20. And so you getting up here and going through a bunch of information in the board, not being able to receive that information or how it's presented, I don't know if that's the best use of everybody's time. So I do, I'll give it to the board. How would you all like to proceed?
With the graduation?
Yes.
It's a policy. It's our policy. Policies don't have to be on a strict timeline. It's a policy. Okay, and maybe I guess I'm dating myself. Okay, it's more important for your information items to get talked about than our board policy at this point. We still have time before this graduation requirement. Okay, you all haven't put it out to the kids yet, right? Right, and so in order to get through your other agenda information,
Those are there for information, so I wasn't planning on the presentation for those, Ms. Hannah.
Really?
No, unless there was a question. But I want to hear from the rest of the board members. Would you guys, I mean,
if
we don't have...
if that was what your intent was, then I rescind what I say. Okay. Then if I got questions about this, about the information, I will get to you. Okay, but if we can go ahead with this
Ms.
graduation. But Ms. Gonzalez isn't here, and she sat on that committee, and I think it's kind of disservice if she's not here to be included in this final final conversation about, that she sat on this committee.
We're looking to get this policy implemented for this school year. It would be next school year.
And any changes would not be effective until the next school year. Yes.
So we have
and that's one of the questions that a lot of the students asked me, and I wasn't really quite sure when that would be effective, if it would be this school year or the following school year.
It's for the next.
So it would be the following school year. I'll be sure to go back to them. But, I mean, for me, I'm here. I'm ready to discuss.
Yes.
Kathy's here.
Am I on? Okay.
Go ahead.
The way the policies are currently drafted would not have a delay. The board could make that part of the policy if that is the direction. But the two versions that are before you would be applicable this year, the way they are currently drafted. So that would be part of the dialogue from the board and the feedback we would want based upon the review of the documents.
And I know I submitted my question on this one in advance, so I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with receiving it via email.
No, Ms. Wozniak.
Well, this is our third meeting of this, plus we backed it off last week. So I think we should review it today.
All right, well, if we're going to talk policy and it's 8:24, I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess. So I have a motion to recess.
Because don't we have another meeting?
We do. This is what I'm saying. So if we're going to now discuss this tonight, that's going to delay us starting the other meeting.
I get it.
Okay.
I know, I already said.
All right, so I would like, do I have a
Somebody's
motion?
not here.
Y'all are the ones that are
Oh,
rushing.
I've so moved.
Motion by Ms. Leguizamo.
Second.
Second by Ms. Wozniak. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Nay. All right, 5-minute recess. All right. Motion to, you got a motion to resume?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Wozniak, second by Ms. Leguizamo. All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay. Meeting is back in session. All right, we do have a quorum.
Okay, so thanks. We have Ms. Tasia Fields, Mr. Dan Hill, and Dr. Nault that will be presenting the third reading of proposed graduation policy.
Can we turn the air conditioner down?
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, staff, community members. My name is Tasia Fields, and I'm the Director of Equity and Inclusion. I'm here with Dan Hill, Waukegan High School co-principal.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fields, if you could please bring the microphone down.
Is this better? All right. Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, staff, community members. My name is Tasia Fields. I'm the Director of Equity and Inclusion, and I'm here with Dan Hill, Waukegan High School co-principal. Our graduation policy chair couldn't be here tonight, so I am here filling in. Go to the next slide.
Ms. Fields, Board President, could you bring it down? Because and let me just tell you what I've learned from them. That if you're not talking loud enough, the people that are watching online, they cannot hear a word you are saying.
Okay, is this good?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Board of Education, Superintendent, staff, community. My name is Tasia Fields, Director of Equity and Inclusion, and I'm here with Dan Hill, our Waukegan High School co-principal. Our graduation policy chair couldn't be here tonight, so we are here to work through this third reading of this policy. And what you see here on this slide is simply a summary of the policy recommendations. We are looking at our graduation policy credit totals, and at this reading we're really focusing on leaning towards the state requirement to allow room for skill building courses via a structured study hall, dual enrollment courses, and work study programs. That's what's highlighted in the first bullet point. One of the things we found from this process is that one thing that we really want to do to support our students is to allow time to open up their schedules a bit for some things like study halls, intervention, and our BAM and WOW support. Right now, as it stands, our schedules are very rigid, and there's not a lot of room for those type of support. So we're here to discuss ways in which we can open that up. We can go to the next slide. And so throughout this process, at some of our previous readings, these are the questions that drive our consideration. So the first one, we're looking at how can we advocate for all of our students' post-secondary aspirations, and how can we offer differentiated pathways for our students to graduate. We also are looking at providing optimal time for students in their daily schedules for acceleration or intervention, or as I mentioned before, study hall. So another question was, how do we begin to rethink our credit recovery efforts and shifting from preventative support to post-failure support? How do we allot time in our students' daily schedule for mental health? So all of these questions came up in our previous readings, right? And so we have presented to you all two options, whether we move from 18 credits to 17 credits to open up that schedule. And before I let Dan come up here, I know we gave you copies, and it's attached to the post, the copies of the actual policy. What I do have here that I'd like to give you all is updated copies of that schedule and what it will look like. We did make a few tweaks so that it can be a little bit clearer in what it is that we are recommending. Thank you. All right, I'll let you come over this one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Hi.
Just with this slide is up, one thing to note here, both the 17 and 18 credits have been provided to the Board of Education. The 18 credit draft, this has the difference for PE and freshman seminar as mandatory to participate in courses, not hindering a student from graduating should they not pass those courses. That same is true for freshman seminar, as well as with the 17 and 18, the language that has been modified is that if students transfer in mid-ninth grade year or thereafter, they would not need to retake or take the freshman seminar course later on in order to graduate. It would be waived. It's also important to note here with the 18 credit schedule that that's in essence the same schedule for a 23 credit course because we've taken away those requirements for, again, retaking PE or freshman seminar. So those same 5 classes will still be in the student schedule. And then that wouldn't open up the schedule anymore by going to 18 versus what we currently have with 23. Next slide, please. So one of the things we did when we looked at this was to really begin to talk through, when I first looked at this recommendation, was what is the impact or the opportunities that would exist whether we went from 18 credits to 17 credits. And so what you're seeing here on the slides are just some sample schedules of what an 18 credit course would look like for a student who might be on that path towards enrichment and advanced coursework. And then we'll also be showing some examples of students who might be requiring interventions and the opportunities that exist there. Just for clarity, the color coding that you'll see on these different slides, anything in white are the courses that students would have to take per the graduation requirements to fulfill those particular expectations. Anything highlighted in gray are some optional elective options that we would have within a student schedule. Anything in yellow, which you'll see on some of the coming slides, are just some opportunities for enrichment, some social emotional or some intervention type things that we can build into the actual school day. And then anything in blue are mandatory course to participate in, but not required to pass in order to graduate, was just highlighted with the PE and the freshman seminar. So here's an example of a sample schedule of a student with the 18 graduation requirements. So again, everything in white they would have to take, those things in blue they have to take, and then the gray provides some additional opportunities for those students to provide some enrichment courses. So on this one you will see a student with that graduation requirement change can still take advantage of those AP courses, those advanced courses, dual enrollment courses with CLC where they can receive both high school and college credit. Next slide, please. So with that same credit requirements, what we wanted to highlight here was some of the opportunities that existed within the schedule for a student that may require intervention. As we saw even with the previous data, a number of students are coming into the high school being, in some cases, multiple years below grade level, and so the need to intervene to be able to close those gaps is a reality that we face every single day. It's one thing to ask the question about, when you look at the SAT numbers, what are we doing about it? But if we don't provide those opportunities during the day, again, it's just a question that we're constantly asking ourselves. And so what you see there in yellow are some opportunities for students with 18 credit requirements to be able to provide intervention. And so this sample schedule shows, for example, Lit Lab, which is a course that we currently have as an intervention for our reading. So a student could take that in 9th grade and in 10th grade should they need that additional scoop of literature support. And again, it's an attempt to close the gap. So they'll still have their Lit Comp 9, Lit Comp 10, but in addition, they would have that additional scoop for literature in a freshman and sophomore year. Also going forward, when you look at the 12th grade year, some of those things that are highlighted in yellow, those are opportunities within the school day where we can actually provide some supports for students where we're not competing with things either before or after school. So we highlighted some things there where it could be study hall. It could be taking a better advantage of our BAM WOW resources that the board has invested in. Some other additional social emotional support, credit recovery. which is a reality for a lot of our students, or any other academic enrichment or intervention that are being needed for a student requiring intervention. Now, with this particular schedule, one thing to note is we've highlighted a couple opportunities before junior year when students would take the SAT for them to receive supports in language arts. But there isn't additional supports prior to those years for students to receive math or any of those SEL supports that, again, are reality for our students. Next slide, please. So in this next slide shows what 17 credits, what the opportunities are, again, with those same color coding examples for a student that would be on that path for enrichment. We're coming into high school. These are students that might be at or above grade level. And again, being able to take full advantage of those advanced placement or dual enrollment type courses. But what also exists here, that's highlighted in yellow, is these higher performing students within the school day. We now have 3 additional opportunities to provide some additional either enrichment, social emotional support, because just because a student is high performing academically doesn't necessarily mean they don't need those social emotional supports. And so what we're able to do with 17 credits is now provide those during the school day. And there are some examples there where there's 3 opportunities. Next slide, please. So on the other end of that spectrum, we have a student that will require intervention. Again, coming into high school where the student might have some additional needs that are presenting for that student as they walk in the door. We've highlighted in yellow the opportunity throughout the school day for us to be able to provide intervention. Again, it's not to compete with either before or after school options. So what's in gray there, those are those extended day options for our first hour. And then anything in yellow, again, we just highlighted some samples where we could have some study hall. We could actually schedule those, and using Bama Wild as one example, because we've already invested in that particular company to provide supports to our students. We can do that throughout the school day and actually master schedule them throughout, coupling that with the study hall. So a student that might require that support, we can actually place them in that skills group during the school day. And then when they're done or they've sort of graduated from that, they can go back into a study hall or some other supports. And the benefits of this is that right now, programs like Bama Wild, because we're not pulling kids out of their content area courses, is they're limited to providing those interventions during the lunchtime. And then what that does is create conflict, where we're asking a student who might need to be a part of those skills groups to give up their lunch for a period of time or have lunch while they're doing those things throughout the school day, whereas if we remove some of those required courses, we can actually schedule them, again, throughout the day. Next slide, please. So this last slide here just provides a summary of the needs, challenges, and opportunities that exist. So depending on how the board decides to move, whether it's 17 or 18 credit requirements, some of the student needs that we've identified, these are the reality. We have students that come into the high school that have academic needs, students that have social emotional needs, students that have credit recovery needs, those that might not pass certain courses, and it goes on and on. There's a variety of needs that our students are coming into the door with. Some of the challenges that we're currently facing is that time during the school day to intervene adequately. As we saw in the sample schedule, with our current graduation requirements, we have very limited time during the school day to provide the necessary intervention so we can close the gap. Because to close the gap, when the students coming in behind, we actually have to go faster. And so we got to provide them with the core curriculum plus more to be able to intervene so that we can actually close that gap. Right now what we're doing is competing with before, after school, or lunch times to do those additional things. And that was the next bullet point there, is that we're competing with before, after school activities. Students, a lot of our kids work. We have students that are active in clubs or sports. And again, those things are taking up their time either before or after school, and that we're competing with those things. And so kids have to make a choice. Do I go to tutoring after school, or do I go to football practice? And so we're trying to, what the opportunities that would exist for going to 17 or 18 credits would be able to allow us to do that during the school day. And then we have some limitations in terms of our application of those resources. Again, highlighting some of the things that exist with like Bam and Wow, they're limited to lunchtime, whereas we could then schedule those throughout the school day. And so again, just highlighting the opportunities for 18 or 17 credits. We have those extended day options that already exist with our first hour. With 18 credits, there'll be time for electives. And then there's some options during the school day for us to provide those interventions, both academic social emotional learning, credit recovery, etc. But with 17, you will give us more opportunities during the school day to provide those necessary interventions. Next slide, please. So that's that, and then we open it up for any questions. But again, we wanted to just highlight the impact that this decision is going to make, so in terms of the opportunity that it will allow the school to be able to do in terms of scheduling what's needed.
Mr. Shinkton, your hand was up first. Can we get the mic from Mr. Shinkton?
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Hill, my first question, I know obviously you're working at the high school, and we all realize that kids have the academic gaps. Shouldn't this conversation be dealt with a little bit more at the middle schools? It seems like you're set to try to fix a problem that has been going on for a while. Okay. The second thing is I think I understand that students are failing PE and then they have to take it over. They're still going to have to take the course anyway. So, and reading the language here, it says these courses will remain graded and contribute to a student's overall grade point average, but would not prevent a student from graduating if they fully participated but did not earn a passing grade. Well, I'm pretty sure in PE, if you participate fully, you are going to pass. I haven't heard of a PE teacher that has failed a student because they didn't participate. So my mind goes to the next question is if we're going to allow students to fail and then still graduate, kids aren't stupid. They're just not going to go to the class. If they're failing and they know that they can fail it, they're just not going to go. Right. And they're gonna be walking the halls, and I think that brings up a whole nother set of issues that are gonna cause more problems. So I like adding enrichments, but and Mr. Urbach, I'll go back 10 years. I brought this up to Sam Taylor. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how we allow our student athletes to play sports if they're not willing to do what they do out on the field or, on a court or whatever. If they're not willing to do that during the day, which they love so much, I don't know how we, say, oh, that's okay then. It's I think it's just perpetuating.
Failure. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I guess my question would be to Mr. Hill. So to combat that, how would you not have students roaming the halls during a gym period if now they believe that it's not a required class or that they don't have to pass?
That are failing it, if you implement this, you're still going to have the same amount of failures. I don't think that's going to change. So what are those kids? Kids aren't stupid. If they know that they can fail it and they can still graduate, they're not going to go. I'm sorry.
And I think to adequately or accurately answer that question, we have to take a look at a couple of things. Number one, every class that a student is taking at the high school doesn't mean that class is required. And so do we have that same thing existing where any elective course that a student is taking, are they just not going to class and room in the hall? That wouldn't be a fact. That's also an assumption that if we take out the requirement for graduation and limit it to just a GPA, that the kids' response are going to be, well, I can just blow it off, and therefore I don't care about school. There's multiple ways that we can attack that, from also making the class something of interest. You know, what we're doing in those classrooms, beefing up the instructional practices and making it more engaging, are also opportunities to draw the student in class, because there are a variety of reasons why a kid may fail PE. So we'd have to look at that a little bit deeper, but it would be an assumption. And I've heard from those PE teachers too, where sometimes the students that have to take PE, maybe, you know, for a variety of reasons. Maybe I just hate physical activity. I don't want to sweat. We heard some kids say that. And so taking that course year after year after year just compounds the frustration and becomes a barrier for that kid to be able to do some other things post-secondary. And so it's you got to look at it from multiple perspectives, but to make the assumption without actually having the validated data to support that, I think would be irresponsible of us to do that. It's something to consider. We need to plan for it. We don't know that to be a fact.
Ms. Hannah?
Okay. I'm going to start with the reason why our graduation requirements were put at, what are they, 23 credits. Because of one of the reason, number one reason, was because we wanted our students to have higher expectations for their education attainment. That was the number one reason, okay? And with that being said, I'd just like to ask some questions based on you all putting this together. How many colleges did you contact and or research to find out the prerequisites from out of high school that our students need? And we can't pinpoint exactly what college our students are going to, okay? That's the first question. Has there been any research done to find out if what we're doing is going to be compatible and acceptable to not just one or two colleges, but the colleges? Okay? That's number one.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Hannah, to allow them to respond, can they respond to that question so we can go one at a time to make sure that
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
That's fine.
One thing I want to add to that, because again, I wasn't part of the committee. I'm here to fill in the gap. But I know the answer to that question though. What we're looking at tonight, and the reason we showed the slides where we looked at the enrichment and everything else, is that we're not taking anything away from those students that are already graduating from Waukegan High School and going to college. Those same opportunities, that same scheduling, that same advising still exists. What we're doing is now trying to give those other students on the opposite end of the spectrum who are not opportunities to be able to get their needs met, because we have students in our schools right now that have other needs, and going to college is not something that's on top of mind.
I get it.
So those students don't have the opportunity and haven't been thought about when we're thinking about constantly increasing the number of credits. All we're doing is putting barriers in their way for them being able to go into their post-secondary endeavors. And there's students, and it doesn't mean that the student is doing something wrong. We have students that right now come from families. They already know, I have a business already lined up with my family, and I'm going to high school is a barrier that I got to get over because I already know what I'm doing. And that student may walk through our door to have some additional needs, and we're not able to meet those needs fully because, again, we're competing with all those other things that we mentioned. And so just to be clear, when we're looking at possibly reducing the graduation requirements, we're not, the student that's being advised, that's being counseled from freshman year, really from at home, to colleges where you're going to be going, that opportunity is still there, 100%. That's why we showed it on the graph. Those students are still going to the AP courses, dual enrollment. Those students will be leaving there with those same number of credits that are needed in order to be able to go into whatever their post-secondary endeavors are. But what we're trying to say is we're providing opportunities for all kids. Because again, to the point of like we were saying, the question that came to mind when you mentioned about the reason why, the question that came to mind to me, because I also have a freshman at Brookside campus right now. I had a student that also, my middle son who graduated from Waukegan High School, is how has that worked out for us so far? When we look at the data that was presented just a little while ago, how has it worked out? You know, and we have students that are failing, and that red line is getting bigger and bigger, and our ability to be able to intervene is being very limited. And so I'm saying is that by removing that barrier, it gives us other opportunities to intervene.
I appreciate that and respect you, right? But then one of my questions were, are you tailoring this with but you're tailoring this though for where all students are going to fall under this, right? And my other question was, we have students, some of our junior students, if you look at their transcripts and where they are, right? What we're getting ready to do, they can get up and walk out the door right now because they have more than enough credits to graduate. Okay, and I've talked with students, right? And all of them, maybe except one, said they didn't want the credits lowered. They like that. Kids like the rigor. Kids like the challenge. And I was thinking about that when you were saying, right? It's not, this problem is not all of our children, all of our students, but we're making this like this is all of our students when we are, number one, the data we saw today, right? It went, you know, the primary grades, the second grade, I think it's even against the law for, according to the state, that they shouldn't even be tested. Okay, but third through fifth, and then fifth through sixth through 8, right? That was the data we saw today. Okay, the high school data, right? I think we need to look more at that. Okay, because see, if we were not deficient, okay, or deficit back in the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, 6th grade even, right? Mm-hmm. We wouldn't have to worry about what's happening in or gonna happen in middle school and high school because we're supposed to be matriculating children from grade school sufficiently. They can handle middle school now. We're doing it the right way in middle school. They can get to high school and do what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, so we have to find out, and this is my opinion, I'm an educator too, where are we not connecting with our children And we need to do that at the front end, not at the back end.
I think it's a yes and, because the reality of it is, when you look at that data, we have students that are, like Mr. Shinkin pointed out, is that the reality is we have students that are coming into the high school and they're not ready. So then in a few board meetings from now, you'll be asking me, what are you going to do about it? So I have 4 years. I have 4 years to take a kid who's not ready and get them ready. But if I don't have room in their schedule to do that,
right,
how am I going to do it? So what we're asking you to do is give us the opportunity to do it. We're not, the kid who's ready, that's why we show that enrichment slide. That kid who's ready, it ain't going to change. Matter of fact, what they're going to do, when you saw some of that yellow for that student who's already in that enrichment category, I talked to some of the CTE teachers, talked to Mr. Henley. He said, I would love to have some of those honor students in my Woods class. When I'm looking at my own son who was an honors kid, and I'm trying to get a deck built in my backyard, I wish he would have went to Mr. Henley's class and I had to pay this other guy to do it. But that opportunity didn't exist because it was all college, and they never got the opportunity to do other things to give that student a broader perspective that we do offer. When I came principal at the high school and I said, we offer these courses? Why you didn't take that class? Why you didn't take that class? Well, I had to do this, I had to do that. And so what we're saying to you is that, coupled with the questions you're going to be asking us, what are you doing to get these numbers up? I'm asking you, give me the policy that gives me the opportunity to do it during the school day. My son played football, he worked, so the opportunity, should he ever fall behind, he would be competing with. He'd say, Dad, do I go to credit recovery or do I go to football practice? Do I do this? You know what I mean? Now, he wasn't that kid. Now, they said him coming up, we're going to have to pray for him, but the opportunity has to be there, because we're thinking about just this kid on the top end, but the kids that are actually struggling, we're not giving us the opportunity to do anything with those students during the school day is what I'm saying.
Right, and I respect what you said, okay, but usually, okay, historically, it's been, the attention has been at the spectrum, right? The ones at the top getting everything, the ones at the bottom getting everything. Those masses of students in the middle, they're the ones that we're losing out.
Until they get to high school, because when in high school we have credits, that is not the reality, because they have to take this course and they have to do that, and so it changes drastically when they get to high school because of that credit situation. Like we're talking about with a kid who fails PE. Failed PE in 5th grade, you go to 6th grade. No harm, no foul. You fail PE in high school, you taking PE again. And so all that stuff begins to do is just complicate the schedule.
And not again,
I get
twice. I get that. And after
one you failed and a new one.
Finish, I got 2 questions.
Real quick, and then I got Ms. Wozniak, and then I'm going back to Mr. Shinkton.
I got 2 questions. I'm not done.
All right, go ahead, Ms.
Okay, and have you all made sure, particularly for the athletes, that we are offering NCAA courses for those athletes? Has that been considered in this schedule?
Yeah, I remember that conversation even prior to me going to the high school, where there had been some corrective action taken there to ensure, because the issue came up with students who took say credit recovery course like at Mentum, and that course does not qualify for what they're trying to do in college. And so what we've done since then, all of our student athletes now have a flag in Infinite Campus, and so when a counselor is counseling them, they see that flag that says NCAA, that means that's a potential college athlete or a student athlete. They will not advise that student to take this course, because we have a couple of different options. It's going to cost us a little bit more, where we can, if the student should need credit recovery, we could advise them to do it in a different fashion that does qualify for the NCAA clearinghouse stuff, instead of putting them in the virtual Edmonton course, which is what happened. So we flagged that, and we've educated our counselors on how to counsel that student so that we don't make that mistake of giving the students the course they need just to get out of Waukegan, only to find out that they couldn't then get into the college they wanted to because that course didn't qualify. So those measures have already been taken.
Okay, very good. I'm glad to hear that. My last question. what is the plan for students, and I kind of asked that already, but what is the plan for students that are juniors now, okay, that already have enough credits to graduate? What are the plans?
Yeah, and again, as we put the sample up there, it would be going back, and then we'd be, depending on the kid, the opportunity to meet some other needs. We can also expose the student to some other things, because the high school has a variety of things that we do with kids who might be on that early graduation track. And we're also talking about things like, you know, if a kid has, say, early release in their schedule where they can actually take an internship while they're in high school. They can take on some dual credit courses, CLC. We have a variety of things that we can offer those students who are meeting that criteria, because it's there for them to take advantage of. And unfortunately, they don't oftentimes have that opportunity to do so because they have to do some of these other things. And so, you know, the short answer right now would be to expose that kid to some other things that could actually be more inviting for that kid again.
So they get shifted to enrichment.
And I got something to say on that point, but I'm going to honor my own rules, and I'm going to go to Ms. Wozniak, then Mr. Shinkton, then I will make my comment.
When you originally brought this program of getting rid of gym, I was totally opposed to that. I think gym is important, and I understand. They need to clear their heads, and gym can do that during the day. But to force somebody to go back and take it over and over and over again, so that their senior year they could be taking 4 gym classes because they haven't passed any of those, and then they can't get any of the other credits that they really need to pass. So I am on board with this now, and also with the freshman seminar not being a mandatory graduation thing, because it's once they've done the class once, going back and redoing it is not going to make them understand it anymore, or beneficial, or understand the positive that it will bring to them, because they're just not going to see it that way. And so I am on board with these new policies of decreasing it for the students that aren't motivated for college and are not going to the NCAA and not advancing to those levels.
So just to clarify, Ms. Wozniak, are you in support of the 18 or the 17 reduction? Or you haven't made your decision on that?
That's just one period. It's really getting rid of the gym, forcing everybody to take 4 years in gym and pass, and 4 years in the freshman seminars. I'm okay with getting rid of either of those options. Are fine right now.
Just make one point of clarification.
Go ahead, and I'll go to
one
Mr.
point of
Shinkton.
clarification to your question, Ms. Hannah. The 17 credits, they have to be in the right spots. You can't have 17 credits of basket weaving and graduate.
Right.
Okay. So they still have to go senior year, English 4, another year of PE. They still have to be in high school for 4 years.
Mr. Shinkton.
So this question, maybe Colette can answer. Waivers for PE typically have been for a student only on a varsity team. Does the IHSA, does that allow waivers for freshmen? Because if a student is participating in a sport, they're getting their daily physical activity. It never really made sense why we weren't giving waivers, but there would be. So I think if that happened, first of all, you'd probably attract more student athletes. It's not a secret that the ROTC program has the amount of students it has because though a fair amount of those students are taking it just so they don't have to take PE. But, you know, band gets a waiver, and that their window is actually very small, so they get, you know, a waiver for that. I mean,
I can speak real quickly about.
Can we use the mic? I'm sorry for the people that are listening online. Thank you.
There's a misconception about waivers. Last year, and I don't have the exact numbers, I wasn't prepared to answer that question, we did not sign more than 15 waivers the entire year. Kids take PE, they don't want to waive out. The waivers we have are the occasional ROTC or marching band. Our athletes don't waive out of PE. They want to be in strength class. So last year, maybe we signed 15 waivers the entire year. This year, I have 2 on my desk right now, that's it, and they're both in marching band.
That's right.
Thank you.
Then I did have one.
Go ahead, Mr. Schiff.
If we're going to change, if we're going to modify the graduation rate, why don't we then just take it to the state minimum and then open, you know, then it's the sky's the limit for all the students, even the ones that are taking the, you know, the 28 credits. That way they can have an opportunity then to fill in whatever they want whenever. If that's really the issue, why don't we just go down to the state minimum? I mean, what we're taking away the graduation requirement for this to go down to either 18 or 17. One more credit to the state minimum is all of a sudden that would be taboo.
I think this pretty much aligns with the NCAA requirements. Is that correct, Colette, or not?
The 18 or 17?
I think it's the 18, or is it the 17 that? 18.
It's about the classes.
Right, it's about the courses that you have to take.
It doesn't make sense that the state standard is 16 minimum, but the rest of the schools, there aren't schools that are just having some kids graduate with 16?
Oh, well, Mr. Shington, you say that the state of Illinois does everything that makes sense?
No,
I'm just a legit question. I'm sorry.
You know, if a student then wanted to...
And I'm sorry, can we give him the mic back?
Then if a student wanted to participate in the NCAA, wouldn't that be then obviously their own personal responsibility to make sure they're meeting their requirements that they need?
Right. Well, NCAA or college. Just college as a general rule. These requirements meet what normal colleges
as we've already
for.
talked, we're not. This then is for those that say, I already have my family business that I'm working through. I just want to get through this process. Why don't we make then it as easy for them to get to their process by removing that extra credit?
Thank you for that perspective, Mr. Shington. Ms. Fulton?
It just comes down to good advising, right? It really does. I think we're going around, but if you don't have a counselor that is advising you in the right direction, in the right path, you could be all messed up. And that's when you get to college, it's the same thing. So we just have to make sure our counselors are trained to give that advice and knowing if students are in sports or what pathway they are going down. So even if they want to be a nurse versus a teacher, they should be taking certain AP physics or certain, if they're going down that path, just not saying I want to take a science course, right? Yes, you need certain amount of science courses to graduate, but you need to be prepared when you get to college. So having them have those conversations, that's why you really need a good college counselor to advise these students if they're going down the college pathway. And then you need other people in their lives if they're going in the trade route. They really just need to have an in-depth knowledge of things. Besides that, I don't mean to correct you, Dan, you know I love you, but let's use dual credit instead of dual enrollment. It's a grave difference in dual enrollment and dual credit. Dual enrollment, they're going off campus. I just want the parents or whoever's watching, dual enrollment is when they're on their own time going to the college. Dual credit is when they're taking it with us and we're paying for it. So, and dual enrollment is when they're paying on their own when they go off college. So I just wanted to make that one clarification.
Thank you.
I'm going to, and I had Mr. Mathis and then I had Mr. Blanks. But wait, yeah, I said I was going to go actually after Mr. Shankton. My question is related to, not even question, but kind of, one, the process to petition for early graduation hasn't changed. And when I graduated early, I had to get permission to do so. Is that correct? I see Mr. Christensen and Ms. Vanderbroek both waving, nodding their head. So even to your point, Ms. Hannah, is if they have the 18 credits now, they would still have to seek permission, and that permission can either be granted or denied. They have to show a reason for them wanting to graduate early. And so, again, the credit lowering won't allow them to leave any earlier unless they have a legitimate reason. The second thing that I want to say is I guess, what the risk would be, depending on that student and what good advising to decide when early graduation is actually recommended. Many friends that I am close with who went to Gurnee graduated at 17. They finished an entire semester at UIC before they were 18, and then they were on with their life and they had a full year ahead of me. I had to, although I had the number of credits, and I tell this story not braggingly, I failed gym. I could get a waiver for one semester, which means that I was there for a full period day because I had to take gym. And so, again, when we're making these, we're not saying that the aspiration is for the bottom, right? We shouldn't aspire to the 18. And I think what Mr. Hill, and I want to honor what Ms. Hannah is saying too, is Mr. Hill is saying, I'm kind of dealing with the symptom. You got him to me, and now it's my responsibility to try and help him and get him the next. But you have to address the gaps that exist at the middle school and the elementary school level so that I'm not having as many failures at that freshman year. The board implemented a policy that I still believe will help. That policy was waived for the last, 3 years, Dr. Nault? 2 years? Yep. Right? And that is part of the conversation during the pandemic. So we have things in place, right? I don't think we look at these policies in isolation. I think it's a both and. I'm going to be honest, and I'll say it to the public, and I'm not doing it for any. I legit am, this is one that I wrestle with, and I go back and forth on. Sometimes I'm take it to 16, sometimes I'm leave it at 23, and it really comes down to, do I feel like we have the adequate support? So are we lowering expectations? But I think what Mr. Hill said is important, is I don't have the opportunity to really help those students in the way that I need to, in the way that it's currently scheduled. For the kids that are on track, nothing that we're doing will take away from them. Right. And they still have, and I'm sorry if they're not here, if they take the full course load, how many credits can they earn? Was it like 28 or something? Yeah, it was like, so them taking all the classes and just passing them, which should be our expectation. And when we talk about GPA through counseling, what does it mean to fail gym? That was the difference for me between a 3.2 and a 2.8. What does that mean? How does that affect you going term? And that's the conversation that should be happening with counselors. So that was kind of my bit. Is there's already a process, and the board can look at that if that is a real concern about students not graduating early. But I counter with what is the issue with students graduating early. But I think we as a board we already have a policy to address it, and we can tweak or change that policy if we need to make it stronger. Brother Blinks, and then Mr. Mathis.
Okay, thank you. By the way, great presentation. And my question is, and I heard Ms. Fulton was talking about college, and my understanding we have a new, and I just found out tonight, we have, you guys have a newly formed criminal justice committee, am I right?
It's not a criminal justice committee.
Called?
It's to review policy. Is that 6208, Mr. Moulton? So policy 6025, which relates to police coming on school property.
And interviews.
And interviews.
And what now?
And interviews.
Okay, I was just wondering how, because I just, we just found out about it tonight, and I was wondering what capacity do it serve, and you said it's about interviews, and what else?
Police coming on the school grounds. So it's looking specifically at the policy of when cops are either called to the schools or have to come to the schools. So that's the specific policy that it's looking at.
Okay, and so the police department is a part of that committee?
Yes, there's Deputy Florup, I believe, sits on that committee.
Okay, how's that committee? Is that funded by anybody, or is it just what?
When you say funded, it's a school district as a part of, Ms. Fields' equity review. There were certain priority policies. So this is one policy out of maybe 20, or I don't know how many that we're currently looking at, but this is one of those. So when you say funded, it's the district, but the members that are participating are volunteers.
Okay, because I heard somebody refer to it tonight as a criminal justice committee. I mean, in the closed session and everything. So they just kind of threw me because it don't sound like a criminal justice committee belong in the same atmosphere as the educational committee. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Great question.
Yeah.
I just want to comment. I was looking at the curriculum here. Well, first of all, we got a quarter of students on track. I was looking at the data. I was totally shocked. You talk about in case of emergency, break glass. That was heartbreaking. Only a quarter of the students are on track, 75% not meeting the mark. I don't know. That is just, heartbreaking to me. That's the best I can say. That being said, so I'm looking at the curriculum here for 18 credits, 17 credits, or whatnot. And my field is vocational education. That's what my degree is, adult education, vocational, such as construction, auto mechanics. I just happen to be electronics, electrical. I'm looking at this curriculum. I am shocked. Is it me? There is no vocational type classes here. Not everybody is going to be a lawyer or a doctor or a chemist or a biology person. I'm shocked. I mean, and where we are at, now I may be wrong, but I just don't see it on here. And it has to be a part, because if we're talking about a 75% failure rate, I don't know how you're going to recover from that unless you start at first grade. I mean, whatever you got after that is a wash to me. Now ask me, not that I'm right, but that's my opinion. But the sister right here mentioned something also I want to comment on. I wrote it on my notes. Counselors. The board, you guys need to consider something drastic, but counselors are very important in school. That was to make a break for me in school. A counselor took me under wing, knew my potential, and exploited it and sent me to college. I had no intention of going to college. Didn't even know what it was. All my family went to the military. So counselors are very important, not just any counselors, good counselors who care. My counselor cared. And in fact, my teachers, I just came from a good high school out of Mississippi, of all places. And from first grade on up, my teachers cared. And I stand by that, and I think of the women teachers And I just really, my heart goes out to what's happening to women on a side note today in the world. But that's another subject. But back to this. Counselors are really needed. Vocational classes are needed. This right here is not gonna, it's not gonna help that 75%. This curriculum here, and I was stunned because I kept having to look at it and trying to figure it out. And I'm sorry, but you got to have some type of vocational classes in a school where you have a 75% failure rate. You're going to have to give the kids some alternatives. And chemistry and physics aren't alternatives for a person, for 75% of your students. I just want to point that out. And as Brother Blank says, a good presentation. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify that real quick, just for the community who's listening as well, this is a sample schedule, so it's not reflective of all students will be doing this. So anything that you see in gray or yellow, it's options. So one of any dozens of classes could be put there. So the student who want to take those vocational courses, what's listed there in gray or yellow, that could easily be replaced there. We just gave a sample of what could be taken for that particular student. So that's one of, could be 1,000 different options that we could have plugged in. Yes.
So that's one, and then I did want to, and I won't, Mr. Mathis, because I think what we're saying is super important. So again, maybe if we provide a master list of all the classes that are offered, you'll see a lot of the options at Waukegan Public Schools, and CTE is a push for me, I know, and that's important. But also when we talk about a 75% failure rate, and that's why we have to do a better job of talking about what's being presented. So attainment is different than failure rates. So you have students and I'm honest about this, and Ms. Hannah brought this up. You can pass a class. I was in pre-calculus, which at the time was the highest math that Waukegan Public Schools offered. I was passing, right? But that doesn't mean I still was not proficient based on the ACT and math. So what we saw, the numbers today, wasn't 75% of our students are failing or can't read or aren't passing classes. What it is saying is based on the metric, they expect or say that in order for you to be in a college course, this is where your score should be. That's not our failure rate. And so that's not saying 75% of the students that are in Waukegan Public Schools are failing classes. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Hill?
They're just not ready for college.
Based on that standard. But when the superintendent also says that it's a social construct, what we know and what study shows, when you take that same student who may not have been proficient based on this score and you put them in a college level math course, that they will succeed, right? So we create this artificial barrier to say that you're supposed to be college ready, but in reality, I disagree with that. But yes, so to your main point, that's what that number is. Still not good, but I want to make sure that we all are at least talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Brother Blanks, and then...
let me rephrase. I'm glad you cleared that up. I should say 75% are not ready for college.
Based on that
Okay,
SAT
let me clarify that and rephrase that. 75% not ready for college at this time. Okay.
According to that assessment.
According to the assessment.
Yes, and I'm sorry, but but I just want you, because I think, when it gets put out there, I know that's not what you meant, go ahead.
In my closing on that last part of that question, I would hope that out of that newly formed committee, that whatever policies are set forth, and considering you have the very police department that is a part of that committee, that incidentally charge one of our students with attempted murder on the school premises, that whatever policies that are coming forth out of that committee shall be made public to the community.
100% has to go through 2 readings before it's approved. Yes, sir. Mr. Coleman.
When we're looking at performance of students, is there a consideration of different ways to establish competency? Because I'm wondering if some of our students are having a combination of physical symptoms or emotional reactions that interfere with the ability to perform in a certain space or a certain way. And I'm wondering if this is cause for us to, one, look at different ways to establish competency in a certain skill set or ability, or if this is an opportunity to go back further, like he said, to like middle school or elementary school and say, how can we help them earlier on to make sure that some of those things are addressed as they go through their pathway.
Go ahead, Dan. And then
I was going to say, yes, in terms of like the demonstration of competency, and that's why you see that discrepancy where you may have more students passing versus what the numbers appear on, say, those standardized assessments. Because that's one way to demonstrate. But we may have assessed them in a variety of ways that shows that, so that's to make a blanket statement that because the kid didn't pass the SAT does not mean the student is not ready for college. That's one indicator.
Right.
And I was a testament to that as well. I didn't test well. I had low test scores, but I have 2 master's degrees. So to say that, that's not a direct correlation, right? But so you're right. So you may see we have over 70% of our students that are graduating in terms of graduation rate, we don't have that same number of students that are proficient on the SAT. That's why there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that it's just, and I wanted to state that earlier, is that this is just a look at the assessments. We're also looking at a portfolio of assessments. What's happening locally? How can kids do that? And that's data you would also use when talking about supporting kids, because they may learn in different styles. And that's a lot of the work that we're doing in the schools. The other piece about middle school is it's definitely we see that in the assessment data shows us this, that we're doing better in the elementary, and then there's a drop off in middle school, and then when we come to high school, then we've heard this before, that students aren't prepared. Well, we need to know what's happening, and so part of that is looking at the data. Another piece of it is that I mentioned before, we're working on this middle school redesign, is what we're doing developmentally appropriate for those students? Are we looking at scheduling structures? It shouldn't be a mini high school. It should really address the social emotional needs that they have, the physical needs that they have. So that's something that Mr. Clarence Berry is leading right now. We've been working on that for some time, and part of the work that we're initiating right now is an examination of the ELA and math curricula, as well as social emotional supports, and then structures, as I mentioned, with scheduling, so that students aren't switching classes every 40 minutes, because they might not be prepared for that in 6th grade. They go from 5th grade, an environment where they're with 1 or 2 teachers all day long, more nurturing, to a situation where they have to switch classes. And we know for different groups, especially males, young males, that those executive functioning skills are really not there, so that contributes to them falling further behind. And so those are some of the things that we're looking at. But I think that was a really great statement that we talked about in terms of this isn't the be-all end-all with proficiency, and that students can show it in a number of different ways.
Then I would request that, like, can we do more work in demystifying that for the community, because when they see data, it can really be in their brain. They're telling me my child is dumb,
right?
Or they're telling me that my child is not going to succeed, and that's not what's being said. And I think there may be an opportunity to really look at the way we display it, to say this is actually the whole picture, and this is just a piece of it that we're trying to amplify.
I think you're going to see some coming out from part of the high school transformation plan. There are going to be opportunity for parents and communities to be involved in very specific areas for those purposes. And so we talk about how we present data. We actually have within our plan an opportunity for families and communities to give us feedback and build with us ways in which that information is presented, not only from the data but also on our website. Because some of the stuff with the education needs is hard to really navigate if you don't know the terminology. Like I was just thinking as we were talking about the different courses for the trades. We have on our website our course offering guide, so anybody can go up there and look and click all the courses that Waukegan High School offer. But is it presented in a way that makes it easy for parents to be able to go through, or is it so, because it is a thick document, is it something that's more written from educators, and we haven't properly vetted it from the people that we're actually writing it for, to present it in a way that's user-friendly to them. So you're going to see that. Those in the community will be putting out surveys, letting you know the different areas and asking you to be involved. And so one of the things we're going to be asking you all as well is when that does come out to encourage people that don't oftentimes speak up, that are subjected to what is not being presented, to get involved, to say something. Because if we never hear that feedback, we just going to keep rolling thinking everything's okay. So those that are community members, that are part of think tank, different organizations, when it comes out, let's get those people involved, because that's sometimes the heartbreaking element is that when we try to do it, we don't have the representation there to be able to speak to all the different groups that we're trying to serve. So, shameless plug.
Ms. Leguizamo, then it is 9:36. And I'm going to ask for consensus at least. And again, so people understand the process, I'm trying to do a better job about that. This is a recommendation, right? So we're going to get consensus so that they can offer something to the board, because we have to vote on a single policy. Doesn't mean that feedback still can't be provided. Doesn't mean that board members still can't ask questions. What it means is they have to present this. If 4 board members agree and there are no changes, we vote on it. And this is Brother Blank's, how does it come forward? This is the 3rd reading. So based on conversations and feedbacks, it's been changed. So if the board gives consensus tonight, Adriana can still weigh in, Mr. Rick can still weigh in, Jeff can still weigh in. But it allows for there to be at least a document that's presented to the Board of Ed to either vote yes or no.
Okay.
I want Ms. Leguizamo to cut you had her hand up first.
Addressing what you were saying.
Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
Just response to what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that we are doing board consensus for this, and that the administrative team has worked very hard and diligent on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people, we left out an element when we're talking about other people's children. Did other people who have children, what was their impact, or not even impact, input into this graduation policy? See, you guys need to read Linda Delpit, Other People's Children. We're doing this, okay, because we the system, right? The parents may not have wanted you all or us to even mess with the credits. We didn't even consider that. We didn't even consider asking the parents if they wanted to transform the high school. And I'm not talking about the 2 or 3 parents that you all sit on these committees and think that they speak for the entire community. He said, having hard conversations. So I'm just bringing up a hard conversation. Look, and I don't know, whatever we believe that is okay, maybe I think we kind of need to rethink it. Because when we were doing major changes historically, decades ago, I was been here 2 decades, we brought the public in to meetings, town hall meetings, before any of these major changes took place in the school district. I guess that's the bad thing about having a historical person on the board. You wouldn't know these things if I wasn't here. But I'm just telling you, these are major changes in the school district, and if the parents aren't aware of it, it's just going to continue with the chaos and the confusion about their children's education. I'm done.
I'm going to say it back to you, Ms. Hunter. You said to me, you know, I love you and respect you.
Yes, sir.
But I've been a parent in this district for over 20 years. And so just sometimes we can confuse like certain events with engagement with parents. All of us in this room have spheres of influence. People that we talk to, people that feed us, people that give us feedback. And we can't undermine for those of us that also have that as well. And so when we talking to parents, that has been and is and always will be an active part of what we do. Like I said, being a member of the community that is a parent, I talk to other parents all the time. My kids are in sport, I talk to parents all the time. And some of those organic conversations sometimes give us the reality of what people are actually saying versus when it's an official coming to talk to you, or talking to that parent at the football game, we both in sweats and we both yelling, screaming, and whatever. I can get that reality, and so we do that. And so to say that we don't would not be an accurate statement, because we do, and that's something that's always part of what we're tempering. I go to church in this community, I'm active in this community, I go to Walmart in this community. So talking to parents is something that we do all the time.
I know.
Sometimes I get tired of it. I'm just saying that is part of what we do. And so the thing of it is that we're trying to make it where it's systemic, and we're not doing it for show. Like, I'm not coming up here telling them, all the time I talk to parents, but I'm doing it all the time. And so, and not just me, I know there's been stuff that we're all doing. And so that is happening. And times have changed. Some of those events that happen, people ain't doing that no more. I'm just telling you right now, because this is the generation of people that are now having kids in high school and having your town hall meeting to hear y'all, we ain't doing that. So there are other ways that we do it that might not be on Front Street like we've done in the past. So
Okay, and
yeah, we're gonna meet them where they are. Yeah. So that's where we are. Because we are the same problem in church. People coming back, and now we gotta do stuff online and do different things like that. Because times have changed, and that generation of people that once were going to the meetings, coming to this, coming to that, going to the revival, whatever, they ain't coming no more. And so what are some of the other ways that we can do to evolve, to engage and connect with those communities? And that's what we're doing. It's just unfortunate that sometimes we're not, and it's not unfortunate, we're not doing it for show, we're doing it because it's an organic part of the community. And so when I'm speaking, I've already had multiple interactions with parents to the point I don't have to hold an event, because I already talked to them. We was at the football game last week. Cussing. I don't cuss.
But no, I think I'll let Ms. Leguizamo then I'm going to wrap up.
No, thank you for that, Board President. A lot of what is said is exactly a lot of the conversations that is organically happening out in the community, right? Same thing out there. I can't go somewhere without being stopped and having that conversation. And those are the greatest conversations to have, because they are very in-depth. And it does get that ability for them to fully understand, okay, this is just one piece of the puzzle. This is a big picture. And that's where a lot of this complication piece comes into play. It is very complicated. And I will say, right, I was one of those ones where the graduation credit was reduced on my senior year. What happened to me? I got filled with woods, metals, print shop, all the electives, right? I was elective queen on my senior year. And that is where the testimony about it takes a good counselor, and it has to be a good counselor in conjunction with credit reduction to help assist these students get onto that enrichment level or credit recovery level, right? And so I don't want my story to be many other stories. And same other thing. So I have two questions that people keep asking, and I answer them, but I also kind of want to hear it from the committee, because I haven't asked the committee these two questions. And that is, one of them is, many other schools have a 23 credit graduation requirement. They can do it, why can't we do it? And B, the other one is, we've done this many times. We've done credit reductions many times historically, right? I'm born and raised. 98, we did this. right? That was when it was effective. I believe there was another one sometime in 2000 something, somebody had mentioned, but my kids were at 23, I think, graduation rate already in 2017, 14, da-da-da-da-da. But what's going to make this different than all of the other credit reduction times that we've done this? So those are those two questions that I get a lot, and those are the in-depth conversations that I'm having with the community.
So simple, I was going to say something funny, but it's late. The simple answer to that question in terms of what's going to be different, I think you also have to look at the personnel that you have with their hand to the plow right now that are leading this work. Additionally, looking at this, because this is one piece of a larger puzzle when we look at that 5-year plan, because some of the stuff that we're talking about with counseling and different things like that, I was just at a meeting today with One Goal from the state, and we're talking about that. How are we going to build the capacity of our counselors so that they're counseling most effectively, and really begin to hone in to what's going well, do away with things that are not. So this is one piece of a larger puzzle, and we're really doubling down on that being effective at every level. And what we've been committed to doing with when we wrote the 5-year plan was we trying to look at providing excellence. And so some of the things that are in the plan, for somebody who's always moving fast, it seems excruciatingly slow. But it's on purpose because we want to do it well. We want to get a foundation set so that we're not having this conversation year after year after year. And we talked about that in other fronts, and we were talking about even at the school to prison pipeline conversation when I was saying like one of the shifts that we're looking at is not just holding people accountable and getting them to do the right thing when we're asking the tough questions, but building accountable people. And so we've actually invested the time and resources to be able to train people so that they're making those right decisions when we're not in the room, which is what's going to be most effective. So we're looking at not just prescribing new behaviors. And I presented that last time we talked about the 5-year transformation plan, but what's driving those behaviors? And that's a different approach than we've taken before, because typically we make a new list of things to do differently. But if we don't address why we've done what we've done and why we've gotten the results that we've gotten, then we're going to continue to get what we get. And so let's go deeper and address the deeper issue, where sometimes it doesn't present well on your spreadsheet because we're now dealing with mindset, but that's the work that has to take place. And we've invested in that. And those that have been part of that work can testify to the fact that it is transformational work. And it's an investment. You won't always see the pretty data, but something is happening where, again, the people that are going to be doing the work that we need to transform Waukegan Public School District, we got to address the deeper issue. So as a board, you can't just also prescribe to just what's the new thing to do. Because if we don't deal with the deeper thing, then because we all play a role in that. Just like we do it, you approved it, then there's enough blame to go around. And so blame begets more blame. And so I'm trying to stop the blame and let's deal with the deeper issue.
I agree.
So that's my overarching answer to that question.
I am totally confused, but we'll have that conversation later after we get to.
President, I give it over to you.
So are we so with the 4 that are here, so that they bring back one policy, Ms. Wozniak, are you in support of leaving the credits where they are, 17 or 16? 18 or 17, I'm sorry.
I can live with 17 or 18.
So it doesn't matter to you. Ms. Leguizamo.
Look, if we're going to do this the right way, I almost like Mr. Shankton's idea, which was going down to the state level, right? If we're going to the state level and if we're doing the right things and we're doing the right process, it's going to be advantageous to everyone at that point. But if you're talking about what we have on the table now, I'm okay with 17.
Ms. Hannah?
I want the credits to go back to where they were.
23.
23 credits. It has worked for many students, and this should not be. We're making a big deal out of all of this when real courageous conversation again, y'all, when it is covertly regarding numbers. And I want I don't agree with either way, 18 or 17. I would never okay either one of them. So
Thank you for that, Ms. Hannah. What I will say, and I want to give public kudos to Ms. Fields, right, is there's a rubric as we start going through having these conversations and looking at these policies, and it isn't looking at what's worked for the majority of students, but looking at how do you address the needs of all students, and that is what my understanding and definition of equity is, right? Raise good points. I'm going to support 18. Again, that doesn't end the process. The recommendation is coming from the administration. The board can keep it, throw it out, amend it, and we have 3 board members whose voices aren't here. But to keep the process moving, to Ms. Hannah's point, I'm proposing 2 things. One, and unless Mr. Hill, you throw something at me and say, Board President, you completely wrong, I don't necessarily think we would be prepared, and Dr. Knopp, even Deputy Cesario, to implement this with everything else that's going on this school year. So my other recommendation would be that it didn't take effect until next school year. But that would be
Just don't survey the kids on that.
that would be my recommendation, right? And that we start to prepare, is because those things aren't ready to, let me not be presumptive. With us already in the school year, I don't believe that all of those supports that you want to have built out are in place, because we are operating off of our current policy, right? And school has started. So if you want to implement those recovery courses or those studies halls, that's not currently in their schedule as we are in school today. Is that an accurate statement?
It's some of that stuff is to a small degree. And so like I mentioned in the slide, because one thing you have to understand, whatever you're saying yes or no to, is to understand the impact. And so, like I mentioned before, whether we go 18, 17, 16, what we tried to highlight here tonight was the opportunity that those decisions would afford us. And so if you're saying no to one or the other, you're also saying no to the opportunity. And so when you have the other question of what are you doing about X, Y, Z, the answer is going to come from what you say yes or no to. And so just be considerate of that, because again, as policy removing the barriers, that's just making it accessible for us to do what we need to do. If you raise that barrier, then you're limiting our ability to be able to do that. And so that's all I want the board to think about and consider, is just the opportunity that you'll be giving us versus the barrier that you'll be putting before us to be able to close the gap. Because we saw the data. If 75% of the kids coming into the high school are below grade level, and you're telling us to close that gap in 4 years, what opportunity have you given us to do that with time we can control? I can't control what happens after school, before school, at home. I can control from first period through ninth. And if you give me the opportunity to do that, then it's on me then to make it happen, or the team to make it happen. But if you don't.
So my question is your recommendation or the team's recommendation, and that doesn't have to come at this moment, I mean, you guys may have to discuss that, is it that it would be effective immediately, or that would it take effect next school year?
Yeah, we need to talk about it just to make sure in terms of logistically, like if we do one or the other, what's the impact again of that? And I think before it comes back for the board to actually vote on it, we would have that answer clearly articulated.
Thank you. Final question, Mr. Shinkton, or
What is their recommendation?
Oh, that's what they said.
17 or 8? 17 or 18?
They left it up to us. They presented now and they said, board, give us direction, and they're going to come back with whatever that is. We've given them direction, which I would say is 18. That was a majority. As you said, no, did I say 17 or 18?
I'm 17.
You're 17. Charlotte didn't care.
Either.
I said 18, which means that's 22. The majority.
Mm-hmm. And Kathy has something.
Ms. Brandrock.
Yeah, I have a little different take on that, because when we did the first meeting with the board, you all had given us 18, but you also talked about the need to cover remediation, and Dan and Jason and Tasia, please correct me if I'm wrong on this. in my recollection. And in considering all of the dialogue that the board had about the importance of ensuring we're giving opportunities to kids and whatnot, they came back and said, but if you want us to be able to put in study hall, et cetera, we would like to come back and ask the board to go down to 17 to fit that in the schedule. So it was...
I'm sorry, just really quick, we don't have a quorum. Are we okay to continue?
Oh, I don't know where our fourth one went.
Ms. Hannah went, she had...
Nobody's voting on anything at this particular meeting, so
Sorry.
this would just be to that last question.
Thank you. Go ahead. Proceed.
And we can reiterate this, but this would be, something for them to come back with you anyway on this, given Dan's comment, but it was my understanding that the administration was coming back with the recommendation for 17, which is why we put two options before you. That's just from my chair and a drafting perspective as to why you ended up with two in the first place after your last substantive discussion.
So, and what I would say is right now, at least from those members represented, is 18 is what a majority is. So as it comes back for third reading, I guess what I'm saying is that's the number that we should lead with, right?
Well, aren't you going to ask Mr. Riddle?
So at that point, if you guys want to meet in order to give feedback and maybe provide that to the board, Deputy Cesario, around, what does it look like to implement it this year or next year? My stance is I think it shouldn't take effect until next year to give us the opportunity to put those systems in place. But I will let that be a team conversation, and then we can plan on getting this wrapped. And again, I think we're already in the year. Mm-hmm. It's hard to adjust. There's training that needs to happen with the counselors, all types of stuff that I see as a ramification of the decision.
Yeah, so I'll have the team follow up and send some information over during the week so that it can be reviewed and then discussed at the next meeting if necessary.
All right, it is now 10 o'clock. Oh, sorry. That was a shame to
piggyback on this. So, is there any plan for the 3-year-old? Is there any plan for the 3-year-old promotion policy, or has that been scrapped? Is that ever going to take effect? I mean, honestly, I can remember a promotion policy for the middle schools going on for like the last 8 years, and it seems like it's been washed and pushed aside, or there's another something that, okay, you have to put it off.
Yeah, I think we can come back with that. I want to see it implemented, but I don't know if we're prepared to speak to it tonight.
Me too.
Right. So, eventually, we're not solving and helping Mr. Hill's problem if we keep sending him students that are deficient and saying, sorry, it's your fault. It's your problem. You deal with it. That's not fair.
Yeah. So with that, I would like a motion.
Kathy wants to
Go ahead.
I just have two things. One, the promotion policy was one of the priority policies to review under the equity piece, but after we got through graduation, so that was part of that committee's job to look at that after they do the graduation policy. But two, the waiver of that policy was for last year. Whether that is coming forward as a waiver for this year would be further discussion, but from the perspective of that is a policy in our priority policy reviews, that is one of them.
Thank you. With that, I'd like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Wozniak, second by Ms. Zama. All in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? You can stay here. I guess we have a procedural question.
Is Mrs. Hannah coming back?
I don't know. Her purse is here.
You gotta wait till she comes back to have your
I can't
quorum.
start the next meeting.
I know that we have information items between there.
You're good.
Information.
I'd like to call to order the August 16, 2022 Operational Services Committee meeting. If I can have a roll call, please.
Oh, my God.
Here.
Embarrassingly, yes.
Present.
Yes, so we do have a quorum. Opportunity, we got 3A, approval of the meeting minutes for June 21st, 2022 OSC meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Wozniak, second by Ms. Leguizamo. Any comments, questions, corrections to the minutes? All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Minutes are approved. We have information items. There's the annual resolution for waiver facility use fees for nonprofits. Just as a reminder, this was done in order to expedite the process for our partners and make it easier for community members to rent space. One of the visions of this board and administration is that our school buildings be places for the community. So read through that, be prepared to act on it at our next board meeting. If you have any questions, please direct those to myself, the superintendent, and Deputy Moten. B, approval of the facility waiver request for Lake County Community Concert Association. This is their concert schedule. It's a partial waiver. Is that correct, Deputy Moten?
That is correct.
Right, so they pay for some of the fees, but they asked us to help offset. Great opportunity, and they discount tickets for students. Next up is C, hour to pay account payment.
Students are free.
Students are free. I'm sorry, not even partial payments. So students are free. Hour to pay account payment. It's a software. Any questions on the item?
It's software?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Okay, that is that where they use their credit cards?
No.
Go ahead, come on up.
Okay, so I have good afternoon, good evening, board members, superintendent, and the community. Arbiter pay, I'll give a very brief overview, and then Brian and Colette are here to answer specific questions. Which arbiter pay allows us to pay officials via a online portal after they officiate games. Currently, what we do is now Tina Minot, our specialist for athletics, enters a requisition. It goes through several levels of approval. Then it comes to our office. We cut the check and then we mail it. And then if it gets lost, we may ask them to wait 30 days before we recut, following our standard policies and procedures. Arbiter pay would allow them to get paid directly to their bank account. And it also speeds up the process by which athletics is able to say, yes, this official did pay, and it connects with, correct me if I'm wrong, Colette, it connects with the official hub that we use that assigns officials to our games. It is not via credit card, to answer your specific question. It is a funded account that we, as noted in the item, will reconcile like we reconcile all of our district accounts.
Thank you.
So this will speed up the payment of the refs?
That is the goal.
Okay.
Thank you. There are no other questions from the Board of Community. Item D is the Crisis Intervention and Safety Department Courtesy Officer. My only question related to that is why, right, and why that specific title?
Sure.
And just to add to you, he can answer it all together. Why only at Lincoln Center?
Yes. So thank you for the questions. So we currently have one courtesy officer at Lincoln Center. This individual is within the safety department, but their responsibility is to manage IDs, do building sweeps of the building, and also greet guests that come in the main entrance. We are requesting through this proposal a secondary courtesy officer. Lincoln Center is currently the only location within the district where we have safety paraprofessionals with the title of courtesy officer. The individual that's currently working in the front with the one courtesy officer we have is in the secretarial union, and that individual actually does support the IT department with managing the phone and directory. So this would allow us flexibility. We do expect these staff members to patrol the building, interior, exterior. Like I said, make IDs. They're also here to support any safety functions that are required within the building.
And so would it be two staffed at the same time all day now? Is that what we're looking to do?
Yes.
And then they could also support with coverage if there's an emergency other locations throughout the district, but they would be working here in tandem with each other to make sure that we always have coverage at the main entrance of the building, as well as to support functions. So if the courtesy officer does need to leave to address an emergency in the building, the main entrance doesn't go encumbered.
So,
Ms. Hannah and Ms. Leguizamo.
okay, and so, okay.
Then we done.
Okay, let me understand this. Okay, you get a courtesy officer. In other words, you're getting the people that sit at the desk that are kind of welcoming people coming into Lincoln Center, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so because they're the first point of contact.
Correct.
Okay, and so now you just laid out all of what their duties are going to be, right? So now we have we have you in the building. We have the safety director in the building, right? You all are stationed here at Lincoln Center, right? But we're going to expend dollars for 2 low-paying positions to do inspections of the building when we have the director of safety and the director of safety's boss in the building. I am kind of confused. When I looked at that, I got excited before I looked at the attachment, and I thought we were doing that at like our high school.
But they have security guards.
No. They are saying courtesy. Just like Lincoln Center has people coming in to the building that needs to be welcomed, so does the school buildings have people other than the safety officers. Anyway, I want to hear, I appreciate you, Mr. President, but I want to hear from the people making this recommendation. Tell me how feasible is that? Okay, I'm gonna stop and let you answer.
Sure. No, those are all valid questions, and I just want to be clear. So we call them courtesy officers, but these individuals are within the safety department, and they play a variety of roles. They're not just there standing in the hallway like at the schools or in the cafeteria providing safety for the staff at Lincoln Center. They're also greeting visitors and guests. They're escorting them. They should be escorting them to the various locations within the building where they have meetings. They can also serve as a backup when individuals call on the phone. For a long time, we've had individuals have expressed concerns that nobody's picking up the line. So this is a part of redundancy effort there. But it is problematic when we have IDs being printed for new staff here in collaboration with our HR department, or other things take place in the building, whether it be a lockdown drill, etc., and we don't have coverage at the main lobby. So this second person would support those efforts. And again, if in a dire situation we needed to deploy staff to buildings for emergency purposes, these individuals could be available to assist if needed. But through this recommendation, we're asking to add a second person. It would be a courtesy officer, but a safety officer. They're in the paraprofessional union. We felt this was an appropriate course to take. This is something that we have had in the past, and we went down to one courtesy officer. We're bringing it back based on need. Mr. Wilson's office, as well as my office, are in the building, but I don't believe it's appropriate to have our director of safety or deputy superintendent sit in the lobby and greet visitors all day. So we're just trying to get back to being able to support the building with the various needs that we have identified, as well as have been expressed by the visitors that come to the building on a regular basis.
Right, and clarification purposes, I was not talking about the director of safety or you greeting visitors. I was talking about you all making sure the building was safe, and there's nothing wrong with everybody playing their part, and it's more than sitting in an office and tapping their desks. Excuse me.
So, my questions for you is, currently you said we have one secretary there, or two secretaries?
We have one secretary who works up front right now, but their primary function, and I know Andrew is here, he gave you all some info last week. Her function is to provide support for the IT department as well as the directory that Mr. Ayalo manages. Secondary function is greeting individuals at the front lobby.
And then we also currently have a security officer as well.
Yes, i.e. courtesy officer, but yes.
Okay, and their role and their function is?
All the items are within this current job description, so they would work in tandem with each other. So when our current courtesy officer is printing IDs for staff or doing an exterior patrol, which they are expected to do several times during their shift, then we do not have that resource at the main lobby to greet individuals or to serve as a backup for visitors, parents that call Lincoln Center on the phone to the main extension.
So you only have one security personnel at this building, generally at all times?
Currently, yes. We do provide training for substitutes at this location, but once they're trained, they go to their designated buildings. So we currently have one full-time person assigned to this building.
Okay. Just so that you know, my current stance on this is I'm not really fully supporting this yet. I don't see the need, because I see that we already have two people at the front area, a secretary and a safety officer. So if there's additional information that you guys want to provide, I'm just letting you know my position up front right now, okay? Board President?
All right, yep. If there are additional clarification questions, I would ask you to submit those in writing to myself, Superintendent, and Deputy Moulton. There have been items that are put here that are our reports. I do want to both thank and apologize to Johnson Controls. We appreciate the relationship and partnership with Waukegan Public Schools. And next time our deputy superintendents can fight amongst themselves for who goes first when they have the shorter agenda. But with that, I do want to highlight one thing in closing: the Waukegan High School restroom follow-up. That was important, is as our students brought up during their civics projects some of their issues with the restrooms. A teacher responded with some of the changes that were made and implemented, and so that email is attached for the public. But again, when our students do speak up, we are not ignoring those. We are putting solutions in place, and we are centering their voice. So thank you. With that, I'd like a motion to adjourn.
Wait, can I say something before you adjourn? To Johnson Controls.
Yes, ma'am.
I looked at the attachment to Johnson Controls, and I was very, very satisfied with everything that was on there for what we're doing with that improvement. And so, to me, it's a go.
And those individuals are here. They made themselves available if there were any questions. A big scope of work, but that work is ongoing, as you see on the agenda item. We're just getting started. So thank you, Ms. Hannah.
All right, with that, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Wozniak, second by Ms. Leguizamo. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed, you can stay by yourself. Have a good night.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.